Hello. Hello. Okay, so today is the eve before Christmas Eve. I'm getting some music on. I'm going to be on here for a while. I said I wanted to do a live streamathon. I did one last year when we were snowed in, but we didn't get any snow. But in the spirit of Giftmas and Christmas and sharing love and community, which I'm really big on community, and I love our community. We're live today until could be midnight, it could be 11:30, it could be 11:35. But I'm committed to hang out for the long term because people are busy traveling. Some people are wrapping up their work actions so they can be off through the New Year's. Just getting home from school, got kids coming home from school, kids traveling home from school, people out shopping. So guess what? We're live until this is what she said. Sports holiday streamathon. All right. Hopefully the first of many. All right. So let me get some music on. And I want y'all to suggest a topic. Of course, I have topics. Of course, I have plans. But this is the spirit of giving and gifting. So this is y'all, me giving y'all space and time to do what? To suggest a topic for today's streamathon. So welcome to what she said, Sports Lounge. And we just gonna get going. All right, let me get my music going. We're gonna be on here for a minute. All right, I got my Mama Claus water. I have my Mama Claus cup full of water, libations, and I have Noche de Paz, Night of Peace, because that's what tonight is. So we're gonna be on here. So enjoy. Feel free to ask away, suggest a topic, because that's what we're doing. All right, so let me get the music. All right. Can y'all hear it? I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I think I can hear it. Yep, I can hear it. Okay, it's not too loud. Okay, let's see who in here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, fam. I see y'all in here. Okay, and if y'all can't stay, because we're going to be on for a few hours, just, drop us a note, tell us hi, and of course, I'm going to go through comments periodically, and we'll shout you out. And we just gonna be here vibing. We just vibing. We just vibing. All right. So on the screen, y'all should see suggest a topic. Of course, I have a topic. Of course, there's a lot of topics out there already. We talked about Shedeur. People are not happy about, his teammates stepping on his hand. People have labeled it friendly fire. I would say about 95% of the people see the intentionality of the action intended to take Shedeur out the game. But here's what I can't let people do. I can't let people come onto this platform in the comments and make excuses. Can't let you do it. Because we've been watching Shedeur since the draft be humiliated and abused. Cleveland, same thing. And we're not going to just sit up here and try to isolate his teammates standing on his hand to make excuses for sustained abuse. We're not doing that. We're not doing that here. And definitely not in the spirit of Christmas. We're definitely not doing that, right? Now, since Christmas is the season of miracles, I need a miracle right now for God to move Stefanski the hell out the way. Please fire Stefanski. But if that ain't going to happen, because it's probably not, please keep Shedeur safe. We got 2 games left, and Shedeur got to buckle up, right? Keep his head on the swivel. Look for the friendly fire, because they showed you what they're capable of within the Browns camp. But then also, too, look for somebody on the other team to bait you in like they did Shedeur, or to get that injury done like Lamar need in the back. So you want to be careful, right? And yeah, we know he got to watch film and get ready for the game, but he also got to get ready for them to take him out the game, to try to take him out the game. Hey, Anna, Nola girl, how you doing? What's up? We're going to be here on a few hours, so we just hanging out. What's up, fam? How you doing? How's everybody doing? I've been going through my emails, seeing y'all in there and saying thank you. Hopefully I got to you. And don't forget, this is the spirit of giving for the streamathon. So suggest a topic. Suggest a topic. All right, let me know if y'all have a topic y'all want to tackle first, and I'm gonna just pew 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 fire away at it, right? Let's see. I had some things already in queue. Let's see what we got going on. Already in queue. I'm pacing myself and talking because talking for hours is not easy. So if you want to know why, I saw Travis Hunter at the away game for the Jaguars, because the Jaguars are in the playoffs. I think they may have clinched their division or they clinched the playoff berth. So they're in the playoffs. So congratulations. But guess who else from Colorado is in the playoffs? BJ Green, Cameron Silver-Craig, and on the Panthers side of the ball, Jimmy Horn Jr. So congratulations to the Buffs who are playing on teams where the teams made it to the playoffs, right? That was exciting. And to see Travis being able to travel, he was in a suite because, he's out. But he was able to attend the game. And he was up there doing his little dance and cheering. He wanted to be down there. But he did his part. He helped to contribute to put them in position. So shout out to Travis Hunter. And he was able to make the road trip to the game. So, and I don't know if y'all had a chance. I went and watched the replay, I guess you could say. I went and watched the replay with Mr. Jimmy Horn Jr., who was balling out with the opportunity he was providing. Balling out, y'all, against, I think it was the Buccaneers. So, yeah. So, I don't know if y'all saw it. He was out there juking. He was out there doing a little spin move and everything, trying to get to the end zone. Put them in great position to score. Shout out to Jimmy Horn Jr. Any opportunity he gets, he balls out. I would say this is probably the most electrifying play that he had. So shout out to Jimmy Horn Jr. He is on a playoff team. So I don't know. I gotta look at the playoff picture and see. Mike Tomlin had some nice things to say about Shedeur and the young hungry dogs. So that was nice to hear. All right, so the playoff picture. All right, it looks like the Jaguars clinched a playoff spot in AFC. So it's the Broncos. Remember RJ Harvey from UCF, University of Central Florida? He played for the Broncos. He's a very integral part of their offense. So shout out to RJ Harvey. His team is number 1 in the AFC. The Patriots are number 2. I don't think we actually know anybody that plays for the Patriots, but shout out to them. Number 3 in the AFC is the Jaguars, y'all. The Jaguars. Shout out to them. Shout out to the Jaguars. And then we have the Chargers. Don't know anybody. I don't think anybody from the Buffs or any other team that I follow. I don't know anybody that plays for the Chargers. Okay. And then the Bills. All right. That's the team that the Browns had on the ropes. The Bills. And I told y'all they weren't going to let the Browns win their game. So, over in the NFC, it's the Seahawks first. Now, Jalen Milroe plays for the Seahawks, but I think he might be third on the depth. So, but he on there. He on there. The Bears, y'all know Caleb Williams. Number three in the NFC. And it was hard holding them down. The Eagles. It was hard holding the Eagles down. But they did it. And then the 49ers. The 49ers, remember Brock Purdy them came to town and they let Brock Purdy do whatever he wanted to do. My job, the Browns was in the playoff hunt during that game, but the media chose not to get the fans excited to talk about it. People didn't even know. And Shador did that by winning the Raiders game. And the Rams are number 6. Surprisingly, they fell to number 6. I thought they were up higher than that. So the Super Bowl with today, with no other games being played, just with who's 1-1, AFC, NFC, it will be the Broncos versus the Seahawks. That's just how I'm going to say it. So shout out to, again, wait a minute, the Panthers not on here? So I thought the Panthers were on here. What happened? I thought they won something. That's interesting. Okay, well, let me keep going. Okay, in the hunt. The Panthers are in the hunt. They didn't clinch, but the Jags did. So that's the difference. So Travis Hunter, Cameron Silvercraig, BJ Green clinched a playoff spot at number 3 in the AFC. Okay, so the Panthers are in the hunt. Now, the Browns were in the hunt. He decided he didn't want the Browns to go. So we got eliminated with the Titans. Anyway, in the hunt, the Steelers, the team that the Browns will play after Christmas. Again, I have a snippet of Mike Tomlin's interview. We're going to take a listen. Mike Tomlin's interview proves why black head coaches matter in the NFL. You get, when it comes to a black quarterback like Shedeur, somebody that the league itself tried to hold down in the draft, and then over here in Cleveland, the sabotage and in the debauchery in the season, in the game, just head shaking, unbelievable, unimaginable activity taking place to hold this young man down. That's how good he is. Mike Tomlin, being a black head coach, like he said, they tried to fire him last week, but now they celebrate him because he in the hunt, and they could go here and clinch the division, or something like that. I don't know. And then the Panthers, then the Texans. Shout out to the Texans for even being in the hunt, because they really try to hold down CJ Stroud. And then shout out to number 7, Jordan Love and Malik Willis. The story about Malik Willis is that he'll be a free agent, and he's so good. It's a shame that he's QB2 somewhere. This is what they're actually saying out loud. Players have already said this out loud. I heard it from players from the locker room in Green Bay, that he's too good to be a QB2. Remember, they got him paired up with another black quarterback. He should be somewhere leading a team. Now, don't forget, in Cleveland, they got 3 quarterbacks that are black. They trying to pair up together. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and Dante Moore, who hadn't even come out of school yet. So, yes, Dante Moore should be a QB1. It's a couple of people that probably should be a QB1. Shedeur Sanders should be a QB1, right? He shouldn't be out here fighting his own team for the win. Shedeur put the team in position to what? To score a field goal. And what happened? Number 13, Corey, whatever his name is, took the damn ball and threw it away instead of trying to run with it, because that's what you practice. People pretend like we're not watching professional sports, that the things they want to excuse are just utterly ridiculous for a professional sport, right? Continuously jostling the ball in the end zone, always tight end, always white. This is professional sports, right? It's just not a pickup game at the park where you got somebody with a random skill set. So, that's what Shadeur's challenge is. And so are all the other rookies, not just Shedeur, right? Quinshon Judkins is injured. And, people are saying it's a shame that the Browns don't have an O-line. I'm like, it's not a shame. It's intentional. They could have got an O-line with the 10 picks they had in the draft. But they decided to get first and second, bypass Shedeur, trade away Travis Hunter, get Mason Graham, who can get a sack only when Josh Allen falls on the ground. Facts. And who touches him first gets the sack. Right. And then Carson Schlesinger, great teammate, great player. I like Carson Schlesinger. He a dog. But Shane, in his scenario too, why? Because he a rookie. He out here trying to win, and they not. And that's what's happening in the locker room, right? Doing the hungry dogs, they trying to get it done, and they're facing resistance by veterans. That's what's happening. They're not just volunteering to tear the team down like the punter Corey. It's because he's not a rookie, he's a vet. And the vets, they all jaded. Oh man, we just collecting a check. Y'all trying to come in here and win. Y'all trying to come in here and change everything. Y'all getting all the love and the attention. Well, that's you. That's your fault. You decided to lay down and lose for money. That's what you decided to do. You mad because A group of young people on offense and defense came in and want to ball out, but you want the rookies to stay in their place. So if the game is rigged, shut up about it. If we throw away 3 points so you don't tie the Bills game, shut up about it. If we step on your finger and crush your throwing hand to try to pull the nail off so you can get out the game because you obviously in excruciating pain, shut up about it. Whatever the coach want to do, win or lose, shut up about it. That's what's going on in the locker room. The hungry dogs are getting all the looks, all the love from the obvious people like Myles Garrett, because he out there hustling where they let him. Right? Denzel Ward, not only did they slow down Myles Garrett, but they took Denzel Ward off the field for several games. And they keep putting him in press conferences, but they don't let him play. That's called posture. So you have Denzel Ward, you have Myles Garrett, and they are doing well when they take them off the leash and let them ball out. But see, the rookies haven't learned that you're only supposed to go 80% or you're only supposed to go 70%. Yes, we practice and we want you to go 110%. But in the game, depending on who the opponent is, we want you to go 50%. That's what the rookies are not used to because they just came out of college. And this been their dream their whole life. And the last thing they thought is that it was rigged. Rigged by your own teammates and coaches so your team can lose after being out there all summer long, going 110%. They want you to be perfect so you can lose. You got to be perfect so you can go out here and lose. You can't read defenses, but I want you to go out here and lose. You can read defense. You can do everything you're supposed to do. But what you're not accustomed to doing is rigging games to lose. And that requires some serious self-introspection. That makes you sit down in your locker room, in your NFL dream, and have a moment that you never anticipated that you would have to have. This isn't fun. This is not what I thought it was. I don't want to go out here and plan to lose. Right. So if you want to be a part of the show, you got to become a clown. And it's not, Shedeur is not the only one who wants to win. He's just the one that snaps the ball that can help them win. That's the quarterback that gets the ball moving. He gets it moving down the chains. And what do? Jostle the ball in the end zone because they're not 100 out. Or they be convinced to be anything other than. When it's time to get a field goal and tie up to go toe-to-toe with the Bills, the snapper pretends, or I guess what he called the holder pretends to jostle the ball around, and he just take it and throw it. But see, here's what let me know that was rigged. And I shared it on X. This is how you know that field goal was rigged. Okay, the kicker is expecting to kick the ball, right? The ball is doing like this on the ground. The kicker runs up to it, and instead of thinking everything's good, he just stops. The other dude has already stood up, picked the ball up, and threw it to nowhere. But definitely not in bounds and not to nobody else. Understand this. They practice this. They practice missed snaps. On the internet, you can go right now and look up box field goals. And after there's a box field goal, the holder takes the ball and try to run with it to get yardage. That's it. That makes sense. Nowhere is it practiced that you take the ball and throw it to the cameraman. And you know what he does after he does that? He just put his hands in his pocket and walk off. Like mission accomplished. The reporters don't talk about it. They don't ask anybody about it. Nobody's outraged. But you should be. But the cameraman for the network that the game was on, CBS, goes straight to Shedeur. Why? Because Shedeur did all of that work to get them down there. And they threw it away so they wouldn't tie up the game. See, the cameraman knows Shedeur wants to win because he keep putting them in position to win. And Kevin Stefanski keep putting people on the field that he can control to read the game. That's what the fans are treated to. Rigged games to lose. So the Browns don't advance anywhere. Or Shedeur doesn't get the credit. Or nobody on offense. Only Harold Fannin Jr. can get the credit. Carson Swester can get the credit. But what about Corley, who's out here doing all of this work? What about Quashawn Junkins, who out here doing all this work? What about Shedeur, who's doing all of the work? That's how they divide them and turn them against each other. And what does Shedeur say in his press conference when they ask him divisive questions? I know he's not asking that. He said, look, we're not gonna be able to get nowhere or change if we tearing each other down. They even send in reporters to be divisive. Everything is to divide and conquer and control. I don't think this is what any of these young football players dreamed about for decades, to make it to this point, to be divided against your peer so your team can rig the game to lose in peace, especially when the quarterback is black. They didn't have an O-line last year and had 10 picks, including number 2 overall, and they didn't address it. Why? Because they knew who the quarterback was going to be. And who's the quarterback? And you see what's happening. So, Shedeur does well with answering the questions. I don't know why they ask him questions that he can't answer. It just given this front row seat to this situation, right? It's so far different than what I thought it was growing up, or what I thought it was before I stopped watching during the Kaepernick era, or what I thought it was when Lamar Jackson got drafted, or what I thought it was when C.J. Stroud put the team on his back, what I thought it was when Jada Daniels put the team on his back, what I thought it was when Lamar Jackson got cheated with his tight end, doing the same shit in the end zone. Same script every time, just get a white tight end to not score. Why is it always a white tight end? I have no idea, but that's what they do. I do not know. And what happened? A 14-year-old veteran got rewarded with a $33 million contract for 3 years. Was his reward, because it kept Lamar Jackson, Baltimore Ravens, because they didn't care about the Ravens. It kept Lamar Jackson from advancing to get one step closer to the Super Bowl. And guess what it also prevented? Instead of 4 black quarterbacks in the AFC and NFC, it was only 3 in Josh Allen. And you watch the Browns lay out the red carpet for Josh Allen. And whenever Shedeur and the players that was balling out with him moved the chains and got closer, you watched Brenda Bates, the tight end, throw it away in the end zone with a ball that was placed in his hands, and he act like it was a hot potato. No accountability for that. He still gets to play. He's still trusted and trusted to read the game. Number 13 threw the ball away instead of 3, so for sole purposes of not getting 3 points, of not tying up the game. He just walked off with his hands in his pocket like he knew it wasn't going to be no consequences for him. And there aren't, because he's still playing ball too. No consequences for anybody that helps to lose the game. When the hell did the NFL become like this? That it's more common to see rigged plays and not be outraged and be okay with it. Oh, I know. When the quarterbacks that are black hit 16 at QB1. So this is what you can expect in the future. Because guess what? The NFL not going to stop drafting black quarterbacks. They ain't going nowhere. Remember, there were no black quarterbacks. And look how many they are now. See, people think black quarterbacks are the majority. No. Black quarterbacks is this much out of this many. But when it comes to the QB1 spot, the ones you see playing on TV, that's where the threat comes. For the first time ever, Shedeur would be number 17. But without Shedeur in the draft closed with 16. And Jackson Dart became 17 for white quarterbacks. And Tyler Shaw, 18. And you're going to see that play out year after year after year. Because look at how extreme they were with Shedeur for the sole purposes that he don't become the 17th black starting quarterback. Now, this is what I find interesting. So there was been press conferences today, and Kevin Stefanski was asked about Deshaun Watson, and he said Deshaun Watson is not going to be activated like they thought. So he said, I'm proud of him. He's been doing a good job, but it sounds like they're going to put him back on the PUP list or the injury list. So I don't know. Maybe the insurance company decided to pick up his $46 million tab again for next year because I think he injured. But apparently he's going back on this list. So they're not going to even activate him to the roster. They're going to put him back on the injury list. If an insurance company pick up his salary for the second time in a row, 46 plus 46, that's $92 million. So $92 million of his $230 million is picked up by an insurance company. That's what's going on here. Because how can you put him back on the injured list? And if he injured, somebody paid his salary, not the Browns. Because that's why he's going back on the injured list. So what that means is Shedeur or Dylan or Bailey Zapp don't close out the next 2 games. Now, I don't know who the hell this insurance company is, but supposedly they put Deshaun back on the injured list, and somebody gonna pay if he injured, and it ain't gonna be the Browns, and that needs to be looked into because we have talked about fake injuries all season long, and they must absolutely have to be related to the insurance company because insurance companies don't like to pay, period. They'll find a reason not to pay. But this seems to be smooth sailing. $92 million paid by an insurance company for a player that Kevin Stefanski let get sacked 33 times through 7 games and took off his headset, just like number 13. Mission accomplished. With the way the NFL and the Browns have been fighting Shador at QB1, if they suddenly stop fighting to play at QB1 after the tight end Whitehart try to crush his hand so he could leave the game, what does it tell you? We're not going to fight you no more on plan. Why are we okay with it now? There's 2 games left. There's something at stake for the Steelers, and it's just the Bengals. What does it tell you that we've been fighting you? We fought you tooth and nail in the draft. We did everything imaginable so you couldn't go in the first round. So no team, because you would be like Cam Ward starting, and we didn't want that because it would have been 17-32. So then you get to Cleveland, and they fight you all the way. They fight you all the way. From the spring to the summer, they try to break you down. The message every day from your head coach is, we don't want you. We don't value you. They don't give you first team reps, but they let Dylan get first team reps in your face, and you know you better than him since college. And they already cheated you in the Heisman and parked you behind Dylan in college in the Heisman, robbing you of something you earned. And then you get to the NFL and they park you behind Dylan again, and it seems coincidental, but clearly not. Because they try to torture you by leaving you out and excluding you and isolating you in public and forcing Jerry Jeudy to share a locker with Flacco, but not you, because they know y'all know each other from Colorado when the Broncos came to town and practice. So they do everything imaginable to isolate you, to show everybody you're not the guy. You're not going to be on the roster. People think you're going to get cut. You think you're going to get cut 3 or 4 times. They even have you fulfilling the prophecy they put in in the email that went out to everybody, including equipment managers. Shedeur Sanders' draft phone number with a waiver wire attached, which meant they had plans to waive you. But what people didn't know is the plan was for you to go undrafted, get picked up, and get waived before the 53-man roster, but it didn't turn out like that. Just like the plan was to shun you, Shedeur, so they could get the Manning kid in 2026, but it didn't work out like they thought in the season. So supposedly, he's not coming back or coming out until next year, 2027 draft. So what do we do for a year for a bridge? The last time we had a bridge quarterback, his name was Deshaun Kaiser. We went 0-16, and the roster was stacked with talent. And we still went 0-16. Do you know why that is? Because we fired a Black Harvard-educated Sashi Brown, the GM, because he wanted to draft a Black quarterback in the first round, something we've never done, Lamar Jackson. So to avoid him from prevent him from drafting Lamar, we fired him. Then we got a bridge quarterback, which means for 1 year, out of the second round, named Deshaun Kaiser, who was a developmental QB, and we let him go 0-16. Why we didn't want to win with him? Not just because he's Black, but because we drafted him in the second round. So keep him for a year. So we're not going to develop him and set him up long term because you're just a bridge for us to cross over. They destroyed his career because they thought it was okay to dehumanize and devalue Deshaun Kaiser, a Black quarterback, because they didn't want a Black quarterback in the first round. So I'll settle for one in the second round and throw him away. That's what they're doing with Shedeur, trying to use him like a bridge, not letting him get developed because we have no long-term plans for you. What did Andrew Berry say? Aside from the quarterback is the most important position on the team, Shedeur Sanders will outproduce his draft stock. Notice Stefanski makes sure that doesn't happen. And with the reporting structure for Haslam, having Berry report to him independently of Stefanski, and Stefanski reporting to him individually of Berry, Berry thinks they're going to draft Shedeur, and then Haslam pulls the plug on that. And then what? Then Berry like, sure, the alternative use for the selection, we'll draft him because they hate to draft him. He'll be trade value because we know Shedeur is going to outproduce his draft stock. So that's the deal. Must be the conversation. Or Berry just came up with the idea on his own, but I'm pretty sure the one-on-one meeting he had with Haslam is that's what it is. Shedeur is going to be trade value. They had no choice but to put Shedeur back on the board and draft him because 47 rolled through. That's why that happened like that. He wasn't a GM's pick. He was a president's pick. I don't care what you think about it. So now we have Haslam talking independently to Stefanski. Make sure that he doesn't get a real opportunity. You might have to put him out there to be evaluated, but make sure he can't go as a franchise. Tell me that can't happen. Understand that's the reason the reporting structure is independent. That's why the reporting structure is like it is. So that Haslam can control what happens with the GM in terms of the talent, and Haslam can control what happens in terms of who plays on the field. See, Haslam is really the one pulling the strings when both are concerned. But Berry and Stefanski take the fall. But this is the difference between Berry and Stefanski now. See, when on day 3 of the draft, they were on the same page. They were on the same page. Shedeur's skill set wasn't that great. His skill set wasn't worth first round money. That's Okay. So they got him for a deep discount. And they conveniently parked him behind Dylan, who he was parked behind in the Heisman. It wasn't an accident. So they have Shedeur over there. So he doesn't go to another franchise and go ball out. Shedeur was sent to Cleveland for the same reason Deshaun was sent to Cleveland, to end their careers. Shedeur talks about his future. I have a snippet from his conversation. Shedeur has the right perspective about playing for the Browns. I think they hate the fact that he's willing to move on. I think they want him to cry for a spot, to beg for a spot. That's the position they want him to be in. Why? Did y'all watch Dave Chappelle? Did you watch Dave Chappelle most recent stand-up on Netflix? Anybody watch it? Because if you watched it from beginning to end, I know Shedeur came through your mind. And there's one particular set of jokes, a theme that he talked around involving the word audacity. And Dave Chappelle said he can pinpoint all the way back to when all of this started. All of this is this hostility for when people like Lamar Jackson, Shedeur Sanders, Muhammad Ali, and everybody in between comes on and they don't want to give them their just due. He said it was 1910. And he pointed right at Jack Johnson. And then he told the story. Go watch it. I'm not going to spoil it. But when he said, because Jack Johnson had the audacity, he was given an opportunity. But before he got that opportunity, they denied him repeatedly, just like Shedeur. And then Shedeur was given an opportunity. And when he got it, what happened in the Vegas game? Still being held back, but he balled the hell out. See, that's kind of like Jack Johnson. They denied him the opportunity to fight a white boxer. And then when he got it, you know what he did with it. I'm not a boxing fan because I think it's gruesome, but I understood what Chappelle was saying. See, the only reason we can't do it, according to them, we're built like we can't do it. They say we can't do it and deny us the opportunity. And then when we get it, we knock it out the park. That's what Shedeur did. And that's why you see things ever since that game, like the Wildcats, the sabotage, the wristband gate, the Pinky gate. Because see, now he got the opportunity. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, but you have to kill the opportunity so he doesn't close out the season knocking it out the park. So what do? The same thing they did with Jack Johnson. You put something in place to prevent that. Now, this is where Shedeur and Jack Johnson no longer relate. The something that they put in Shedeur Sanders' weight so he doesn't ball out is exactly what you saw in the Bills game. You saw number 13, Brendan Bates, tight end number 82, I think, number 86, number 72, number 68. How many players is that? That's 5 players, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just 5. There's only 11 people on the field, including Shedeur. So there's 5 plus 6 on this side, plus Shedeur. So 5 and 5. So Shedeur got 5 people he can work with and 5 people he can't, plus himself. That's the something they have put in Shedeur's way to ensnare him so he can't be successful, because he had the audacity to think he can be good, he can be legendary, that he can win. Just like Tiger Woods had the audacity to believe he can win. But black quarterbacks That's why they keep breaking them down, because you have the audacity to come to this league after we have banned you, after we have tried to switch you off at wide receiver, after we try to get you to be a running back, after we debated you in the draft over and over and over, after we set you up unbeknownst to you multiple times, after we poked you in the lung so you can't be QB1, after we robbed you of $81 million in guarantees, Russell Wilson, we shipped you off to Pittsburgh while Denver was still paying your salary, and you had the audacity to get back to the playoffs. So then they stripped Mike Tomlin of all his power, and he had 2 black quarterbacks he brought there because he had the audacity to bring in 2 black quarterbacks and to get to the playoffs with 2 black quarterbacks on the roster. So guess what he had this year? No black quarterbacks. Because he had the audacity to think he could win with 2 black quarterbacks. Especially Russell Wilson, who we kicked out of Denver because we wanted him to release his guarantees, and he had the audacity to say no. Lamar Jackson has been colluded against 3 times because he had the audacity. So when they asked him to switch to wide receiver, say, I want to be a quarterback, he had the audacity. Every black quarterback that comes to the draft has the audacity to think you could be successful in this league, regardless of who your father's last name is. Every time you show up to the combine, the Shrine Bowl, participate in any of their events, and you maintain you want to be a quarterback and you work out as a quarterback, you have the audacity to think you could be successful in this league. And they show you every week, whether it's Lamar Jackson knee in the back, or his old lineman stepped on his ankle, or Shedor's hand crushed by his own tight end who had probably no damn business over there. Jalen Hurts, who they keep cheating. Y'all have the audacity to keep showing up and thinking you're going to win, so we going to show you. No. In your face, all of that collective talent, and we went and got Dart and Tyler Shaw. Because y'all had the audacity to think that your talent was going to get it done in our league. So we had the audacity to make the draft not about talent, but to let Jackson Dart sneak into the first round, and now they want to go get rid of him to get Mendoza. I don't know what they're going to do to Mendoza, because that's the craziest thing ever. And they got the audacity to want to put Tyler Shaw's name in rookie of the year. I don't even know he never been rookie of the week. But Shedeur name can't get in that conversation. Shedeur had the audacity to not hire a damn agent, and they mad about that. But Cam Ward, who went first overall with $48 million guaranteed dollars, he didn't have no agent, but they didn't care. They just care that Shedeur had the audacity. Shedeur and Cam did the same thing. They friends. They probably talked about it. But Shedeur got ostracized for it because he had the audacity to be talented and gifted with DNA from his parents. Shedeur has 2 parents. Coach Prime might have the physical attributes and aspects and the wisdom in the game, but Miss Pilar is in there. Miss Pilar is in there. And he had the audacity to have parents that brought him into this world. That's his fault. With some talent. And he's mature, but he got the audacity. So if you did not watch Dave Chappelle, I promise you, if you watch it from front to end, you will see, and Shadeur's name will pop up in your mindset when he's talking about Jack Johnson. You have no choice because of the way that he explains it. And pay attention. Dave Chappelle is wearing a Kaepernick jacket. Everything Dave Chappelle does is intentional. Dave Chappelle was talking about Jack Johnson, and they crucified him and they trapped him because he had the audacity. What did Colin Kaepernick have? The audacity to give a damn about himself and people that look like him. It was no coincidence that Dave Chappelle named that stand-up special be unstoppable. Shedeur is unstoppable. So what you saw last week with the tight end Whiteheart stepping on his hand, you saw the Browns and other people that you can't see trying to stop the unstoppable. And why is that? Understand this. They know who Shedeur is. See, he right here, number one. And you have the audacity to be number one. So we gonna show you that talent don't matter. See, these people are trying to, people like Stefanski are trying to make sure Shedeur understand we will try and stop you by any means necessary because you showing us that you're unstoppable. See, you got the audacity to be unstoppable. We done robbed your house and that didn't negatively affect you. We done stole your wristband. We done rigged your teammates against you. We done rigged the games to lose. Nothing crushes your spirit. So we got the tight end to crush your damn hand. The audacity to come out that locker room and play the game and put the team in position to win. So we had to throw the ball away. So, because you had the audacity to put the team in position to win. I understand all of this is happening. And the NFL and the Browns don't want it to happen. Why they keep drafting black quarterbacks? I mean, the haters of black quarterbacks need to go find another sport. Right? Because if the NFL keep drafting black elite talent, why do you keep watching football if you hate black quarterbacks? If you don't think black people are worthy of being quarterbacks, and black people keep being quarterbacks, and they are unstoppable, why the hell are you still watching football? When the hell are you going to find something else to do? Because they're not going nowhere. Hence the unstoppable. But you tried everything to stop him, and now we're at the page in the chapter called Sabotage. That's physical. Physical harm. Shedeur has 2 games next. I tagged him. I tagged him, Deion Jr., Miss Pilar, Coach Prime, Shedeur, and said 2 games left. Buckle up. Because Shedeur shows he's unstoppable. And all they see is that he has the audacity. And like Jack Johnson and any goddamn body else that's unstoppable in areas, white spaces, they're going to show you by any means necessary. Even if you got carted off on that damn stretcher. And they ain't going to say a damn thing. Because you know how you know? They didn't say anything after Whiteheart crushed Shedeur's hand. In fact, they protected Whiteheart, but they didn't protect Shedeur. Let me see what y'all saying. All right, since this is a marathon, we're going to be on here for a while. I'm checking in with the comments to see what y'all saying. It said, I'm early. I liked it early because I'm driving and listening. I missed last night. Okay, Sharon. Okay, y'all traveling. We got y'all for a few hours. Hey, Tina. Hey, Ace. Welcome back. Hey, BJ. Welcome back. Good food. Welcome back. Welcome back. It said, I didn't see anyone in the media ask about Shedeur finger unless I missed something. Nobody asked. No, they intentionally did not ask. Now, somebody said at a press conference, they asked him about his hand. And he said, go. I think I looked at that part. He said, go watch the video. He's telling you. See, they know he can only say so much. And they done figured out that he's skilled at evading these questions and not getting caught up in the trap. But the podcast, Debo and Joe, the big guy, I guess that's Debo, said rookies need to understand this. You don't have to answer the question at all. You don't have to do verbal gymnastics to not get trapped. Just say next question and keep it pushing. But people push back against that. And why is that? Because Shedeur can't do that. Shedeur can't get up and ask for a trade. Because he's going to end up like Deshaun in a different manner. But they did break into his house and took the contents of his nightstand. So they were looking for something. Because they knew that day would come. And they were looking for leverage on him. But he don't drink, he don't smoke, he don't go out, he don't do all of these things. So the next best thing is to go into his home and see what it is we can find and clean it out the contents of your nightstand. might give me some clues. Because what's in your nightstand? All right. So everything they've tried in the draft to mentally defeat him, to make him feel worthless, to make him feel unwelcome. How do you want somebody to feel unwelcome when you draft them? Because you felt forced into it. So I'm going to continue to ostracize you when you get to Cleveland. So people push back on what Debo was saying. Yes, in theory, rookies can say, or anybody can say, no comment. But Shedeur Sanders is continuously being put into a position to criticize Stefanski so they can weaponize his answers in the press conference against him. So while people may give you practical advice, you have to always consider the context of the scenario. And in this scenario, where Shedeur is a black quarterback, who they don't even want to exist other than on the bench to be humiliated, but he's not letting that happen because he's unstoppable. They keep trying. And he can't step the traps. And he can't push back like we can. We're not in the same situation. And even at some people's jobs, you can't even do that based on the situation you're in. So context matters. Context matters. And say, hey, what's up? It's Taco Tuesday. Yes, it is. It is Taco Tuesday. Yeah, nobody's really mentioning the fingergate. I think what is it called? The Shedeur files. They talked about his bloody finger, but they didn't talk about the incident. Or they didn't talk about how it got that way. They just talked about his hand. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Hey, Texas Cannon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm shouting y'all out, so if you're traveling, I got y'all. It said, BJ said, what's the Browns' new agenda now that Stefanski has done it about face and the media now praising the organization? The media is praising the organization because they don't move off of Shedeur. Did y'all notice that immediately after the Bills game, when people admitted until that Monday morning that Shedeur held his own against the MVP, that was repeated and echoed over and over and over. Then the people who do their normal shows came back Monday morning, and the first thing they said was, Shedeur got to get the hell out of Cleveland. Oh, now he could go. How many times have you heard me say, why they don't ever talk about trading Shedeur? Immediately after the game, one guy said it. Yeah, I see a scenario where they're going to trade Shedeur. And why is that? Because you can't bench him at QB2. All hell will break loose. Everybody knows Shedeur's franchise. They don't talk about his finger getting crushed by his own teammate. They don't talk about the field goal that threw 3 points in the trash. They don't talk about the jostle ball. All they talk about is the 2 interceptions, and they're not sticking because people are counteracting that conversation with, we don't give a damn about no interceptions. Shedeur damn near beat Josh Allen. So you can't take a player like that and bench them, but you can take a player like that and make them unavailable. Is Lamar Jackson available? Was he available to finish the game with his guys? No. What did they do? They got an opponent to knee him in the back. You know why? Because he's also unstoppable. Lamar Jackson missed like 5 games and came back and won 5 games straight and was number 1 in the damn division. And then somebody had to step on his ankle. Then he had to miss some more games. Then he got back up to the top when he came back. So now he just kneed in the back and couldn't finish the game. If Lamar Jackson had 14 million fans, I think people will be having the same conversations in Baltimore. He doesn't have that. But that's why these guys better come in with some ITs and skunks. Somebody said, I hate the ITs. I'm like, who the hell hates ITs? They hate accountability. They want to discriminate and injure these black quarterbacks in peace. They want to read the game against black quarterbacks in peace. No. Go find another sport. If you are a black QB hater, go find another sport where there's no black people and go cheer for that. But see, that's the problem, right? This is about control. Yeah, we see you, we know you're talented, but we're not gonna let you get to the front. The worst thing they're not doing, the worst thing that they are allowing to happen is they staying and not go and start their own league. But when they get to that point, they're gonna be like, damn, we should have been did this. But maybe because they're competitors, they don't want nobody to push them off their path. Okay. Because if you think they're gonna stop, this is what I meant when I said, so the NFL forced Shedeur all the way in the draft. So he would be QB1, did everything imaginable, right? So he wouldn't go first round. Even suggested that when he drafted in the first round, he should be QB2 behind Aaron Rodgers going to Pittsburgh. That was Dan Orlovsky. I'll never forget it. Nobody else was told what to do in the draft other than Andrew Berry and Mike Tomlin. And now you see the connection between the two. Shedeur. Because Shedeur was going to Cleveland. Andrew Berry was going to get scammed out of his picks. The Black Harvard grad was going to get scammed out of his picks. Look at the class he put together. Haslam had to come in and take away Berry's right or opportunity to draft Shedeur. And he knew he couldn't fire Berry because he just fired Sashi Brown years before when it was Lamar Jackson. So deja vu. The things are done to stop these black quarterbacks from going in the first round. It took a black GM to draft Lamar Jackson, or he would have slid right into the second round or possibly the fifth. Undrafted because he had the audacity to think he could be a quarterback in this league, and they invited him. That's the part that gets me. You invited Shedeur to your draft, and you mad because he had the audacity to think he could be successful. He can be successful anywhere. I maintain he in the wrong league for his own physical safety. Because like I was saying, as much effort and time they used to plot and orchestrate that attack on Shedeur so he couldn't go in the first round or the second round or the third round, because they not stupid. They know if he go QB2 on the roster, somebody gonna get injured, he gonna get QB1. So they had to push him back as far as possible, and they still trying to weaponize the fifth round against him. Even though he just did what? Went toe-to-toe with Josh Allen, but they act like they ain't see that. So what they cooking up now? You think they gonna just suddenly stop? No, because if so, they would have never need Lamar Jackson in the back. When the last time you saw a quarterback get need in the back? You can't do that. But we have seen Shedeur get countless roughing the passer, but no calls. We saw that starting with the Ravens game, but then moving on to the Raiders, the Ravens, then the Raiders. We watched that happen a couple of times. No accountability for the corruption that took place to lose that game to the Bills. None. So they trying to show Shedeur he try to win all day, but we ain't gonna let it happen because you had the capacity to think you can come to this league that we invited you and win. Yes, you can win, but you had the audacity to think we gonna let you do it. You had the audacity to think you had any level of control. That's the biggest joke played on these rookies when they get to this league. You don't have no control. Once you sign that paper, unless you get to retire. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't give a damn. I would retire. I'm like, come on. We're going to see if somebody ever gets to that point where they value themselves after they find out what it really is. But like I was saying, it's like Mike Tomlin or a breath of fresh air. Because that's where we get transparency. That's where we get honesty. No racism involved. He just telling it like it is. And you can tell he's familiar with the team just based on how he discusses what takes place since the last time the Browns played the Steelers. And mind you, these are two ball clubs who seem to like to play each other. I guess because, they're in the same division. So right? But let's see if we can take a listen to Mike Tomlin. I didn't really have a chance to edit it too much, but it's okay.
We got a laundry list of things going on here. James Pierre worked out this morning.
Now this is the context. This is the press conference about the Steelers and what they got going on to prepare for the Browns. He's going to talk about injuries with the Steelers and some other stuff. And then he's going to segue on and talk about Shedeur and the Browns and the young players. Listen to my Tomlin. This was like a breath of fresh air because there was no racism anywhere. There was no type of conversation or verbal gymnastics to avoid being complimentary. There was no hidden agenda here, right? Nothing. It's just a conversation. Something that does need to happen in the NFL with black quarterbacks are concerned.
We got a laundry list of things going on here. James Pierre worked out this morning. We'll see where that leads us. I'm sure he'll be limited, and we'll follow his progress throughout the week. No new update on TJ. I'm sure he's been in the building, but I'll gain further information about his potential participation at the early portions of the week and where that might lead. Siamalu, same thing, no update there. We had some Nick Herbig is looking optimistic in terms of game availability. He certainly will be limited in the early portions of the week. Some in-game things that happened. Brandon Echols with his groin. Don't know where that is. Certainly hopeful. We're certainly thin in the secondary, but that's life this time of year. We'll see where his participation might pick up as we push through the week, and thus his availability. Jalen Warren should be limited at the early portions of the week. Spencer Anderson, likewise, but
talking about his people, guys. If you're just not joining us, but listen to Mike Tomlin, because I believe his transparency, his honesty, his lack of an agenda or hidden agendas, and racism, lack of racism, provides a fresh air to be honest about the opposing team, whereby the quarterback is black and a young rookie. So let's just keep listening. And if you're rolling and traveling, hang in there with us. We're going to be on her for a while.
But we're optimistic that both guys will be available to us. As always, we'll do what's appropriate in terms of working hard and smart in an effort to get these guys and others to the stadium ready mentally and certainly in the best physical shape that we can get them in an effort to do so.
All right, just in case y'all don't know, DK Metcalf is suspended. DK Metcalf, there was a scenario that was similar to Lamar Jackson's being bombarded with racism by an NFL fan. Again, hazardous workplace environment for black players at these stadiums. And they suspended DK Metcalf. So Mike Tomlin is talking about who's available, who he's getting ready. He knows he's without DK Metcalf. People are looking at that and seeing how it can impact the Browns. I hate that all of that happened, but it keeps happening. And the fact that it keeps happening to black players, this never happens to white players. White players are never heckled by black fans or Hispanic fans or South Asian fans or anybody. It never happens in NFL stadiums where white players are racially attacked. It never happens. And the fact that it keeps happening, it seems like the NFL does not have a zero tolerance policy for their fans like the NFL does. Right? So this is what Mike Tomlin, he's just talking about getting everybody ready minus DK Metcalf.
Now on to Cleveland. Been looking at these guys quite a bit and certainly working with an edge as I sit here today at the doorstep of winning the division, man. I just don't take this opportunity lightly. Divisions are won on the road in those hostile environments in those opposing cities. And certainly we've had our issues in recent years in Cleveland. And so with that understanding, we're preparing with an edge. We were in a similar circumstance a year ago at the doorstep in Baltimore and wasn't able to get it done. And so I'm excited to be here, but also urgent about where we are.
If you live in a Georgia zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years.
They are. Statistically, they're better than any other unit in the North offensively or defensively.
He's talking about how competitive the defense is in the AFC North.
They got what appears to be a slam dunk defensive player of the year. They got what appears to be a slam dunk defensive rookie of the year in their front seven. Myles Garrett has certainly been an issue for us in that venue. I think he's had 5 sacks against us in our last 2 trips, neither of which we won.
So he's talking about Myles Garrett being that guy, right? And then he's going to move on to Shedeur. Now, I can't show this part. I'm just going to have to tell you, he just basically, and I don't know why they did this. The man was talking, and I don't know why they felt the need to move away from what he was saying to show me something that we already knew. I felt like they should have just let him talk. I never see them showing any goddamn footage with Kevin Stefanski talking. They just let him talk. So anyway, he was just going on to say how the defense is stacked. He said they have defensive player of the year and Myles Garrett, defensive rookie of the year. I believe he's talking about Carson Swessinger. And then he went on to talk about how Shedeur and the other young guys are getting more playing time and how well they're doing. Let's see if I can catch that part.
Tommy Reese is, and certainly the quarterback has changed. Shedeur is doing a really good job. He's growing and growing with each week from an outsider's perspective. And I think it's always cool when you're growing with company.
So he said it's cool when you're growing with company. Shedeur has company that he's growing with. He's talking about Quashawn Junkins, and he mentioned the injury. He talked about Harold Fanning Jr., who got a Pro Bowl alternate now. We're going to talk about that because somebody asked me about it. So we're going to talk about it. And, he's talking about all of the young players like Corley. He even mentioned Corley by name. That's huge for Corley because I think they tried to bury him, right? Corley is a dog, right? So, you got the running back room is stacked. So he's recognizing all of the young guys, how they're playing with them now. Last time they played the Steelers, it was a different group of people. So, he's saying he got to get ready for that. Yes, they without DK Metcalf. And, he had good things to say. Shedeur, doing well, improving every week, where he can. And basically just keeping up with his goddamn coach, staying 2 steps ahead of him is what it is. People call it growth. It ain't growth. It's not growth because Kevin Stefanski's goal is to position Shedeur as a check down player, like he has tried to destroy everybody else. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting that the league would allow this elite talent coming out of college to be disrupted this way. And it's disgusting that the owner would be able to let something like this happen, whether he orchestrated it or not, because it's torture for these quarterbacks who have worked their lives to be the best at deep ball accuracy and other attributes to come to Cleveland and be like, okay, I don't want you to throw the ball more than 5 yards. For what? Like, there's no purpose. That's not even football. And that's what they want fans to pay for. That's why they have one of the lowest ticket prices out here. So it's seen as torture to be sent to Cleveland because they don't play real football on offense. But yes, on defense, sure. But when the quarterback is black, we don't want you to play. I'm watching the highlights of Baker Mayfield, Bryce Young. I'm looking at everybody who played this Sunday, right? And I'm looking at all these deep ball throws. People were like, why didn't Shedeur do that? Because Kevin Stefanski restricted Shedeur from playing his game, from being a true quarterback. And they want to talk about asking Shedeur about, what it means that Kevin Stefanski can trust him. Trust him to be a game manager? It's disgusting that the media doesn't ask Kevin Stefanski, why do you try to take all these quarterbacks who have worked 2 countless decades to be the best, to come to this organization and to make them throw no more than 5 yards at a time? Nobody will ask him that. These teams don't just get to do whatever they want to do and run a rim shot over the talent. And that's what's been happening. They want to keep asking Shedeur questions, but don't hold Kevin Stefanski accountable. So it's torture. And it's intended to be torture. That's why they send you there. Myles Garrett, I asked the question, I wonder how many times when Myles Garrett brushing his teeth, it creeps into his mind that he should have just went on ahead and moved on to another team. They were talking about it on the Raw Room. They're going to have some conversations about Myles Garrett in the future with his contracts because he's so good and getting better. Asking, do you think he'll stay there? Hell no. They even said it. He need to get the hell out of there. So now that Shedeur went toe-to-toe with Josh Allen, he needs to get the hell out of Cleveland. Why is that? Because he's not their long-term solution. The Manning kid is who they have their sights set on. We don't want Shedeur coming in like Deshaun Kaiser and planting his feet and the fans getting comfortable with him. That's exactly what it is. That's all that's happening. We are not even being treated to real football. I guess you got to go watch another team for that. You got to go watch 2 other teams without agendas play. That's just what it is, guys. So shout out to Mike Tomlin for a great interview. It say, hey sis, how you doing? Hey Bridget. It say, happy holidays, queen. How about friend as foe teammates? I know that's right. I know that's right. Having teammates who get together and choose to lose so you don't win, and then they try to injure you so you can't play. I'ma just say it. I couldn't do it. I think the trust that you don't have, you don't know who you could trust. You don't know if they're going to put something in your locker. You don't know if they're going to do something to your car. You don't know what they're going to do. You already broke into my damn house. So you're trying to disrupt my peace. You want me to know y'all don't want me to win. And you're doing it sneakily because my father's here. So you're trying to tell me, even with him being here, y'all still going to get me. They're telling him we going to get you eventually. They're not going to be happy till he caught it out the stretcher. People think that it's fear-mongering. No, the hell it ain't. Even AI, when you talk about this situation, the sabotage is escalating and it turned personal. Physical harm is personal. What's next? It's 2 games next. And now they're comfortable with him starting. That's different. That's different. And why is that? Because you already succeeded at sending a message by having a teammate to crush his hand. You already got the O-line to do the job. You already got the punter to take the ball and throw it away. So I got you licked. I know how to defeat you now. And it took several games for Kevin Stefanski to build this up. Shedeur was able to be successful against Vegas. You know why? Because he didn't know how to defeat him. Because he wasn't used to seeing him play yet. What you think? Kevin Stefanski been studying Shedeur? Hell no. Oh, the receivers. So that's when you see the Jerry Jeudy starting to drop the ball. Oh, you, as long as you can get open, you can get it to any receiver. So it don't matter if it's just Jerry Jeudy. So that's when I clamp down. That's when I got the dirt diver. And the dirt divers got in trouble. So I got to get me some more sellouts. So that's what 72 and 68 coming at. Or 68 and 72 coming at. And you see everything keep rolling with them. Somehow, there's no outcry like it was with Batonio and Conklin. Isn't that weird? Or is it that the media just didn't give attention to it? To 68 and 72. So Jerry Jeudy, 68, 72, 13, 82, 83. That's 5 or 6 people. Oh, Batonio, let's put him back into there. Everybody pointing out how well he's doing. He didn't get a Pro Bowl nod. Well, he cost himself a Pro Bowl nod for trying to sabotage the quarterback. Should he have gotten a Pro Bowl nod is the question. No. Nobody that sabotages the quarterback should get a Pro Bowl nod. Should Shedeur have gotten a Pro Bowl nod? He probably did. They threw it in the trash. If you think for 5 seconds, and I said this when we were voting, they're not going to give him this Pro Bowl nod. They're not going to do that at all. The team don't even talk about him as a solution for the future. So when the media asks Shedeur about the future, why are they shocked when he says, well, I can only focus on now. I don't own the team, so I don't know what they have planned. That's the right perspective to have. Whatever they decide to do is what it is. See, they want you to hold on tightly because they feel like they have this exclusive product that you can't get nowhere else. And you're going to want to play here so bad that you're going to let us break you down into who we want you to be. Because you had the audacity, but that's not who Shedeur is. And he's flying and he's sailing and he's still unstoppable. So now you're going to have to wait and see how they're going to stop him this week. Because he's comfortable in believing he might not be coming back to the Browns. He should be, because that's like getting his freedom papers. You damn sure right I'm happy about not coming back to this bitch. Why would I want to come back here? So they not happy because his mental is still strong. They not happy because he just went toe to toe with Josh Allen despite the sabotage. And they can't run the narrative about the interceptions to tear him down because there's too many fans out here telling them to hell with that. But notice nobody's talking about the crushed hand and how it got that way and how disgusting it was because it was intentional. Nobody's talking about the field goal that the punter intentionally picked up the ball and threw it to the stands because they didn't practice that. Nobody practices to throw away 3 points. They didn't practice that. Nobody's talking about 68 and 72, a few people, but it's not getting any traction. A lot of people talking about that, but it's not getting any traction. But now you hear, I can see a scenario where Shedeur can be traded. So now that they're talking about trading him, and he's close to the door and technically got 1 foot on the other side of it, Deshaun Watson goes back on the injury list, and I'm assuming the insurance company gonna pay up his salary again. That's a whole nother conversation for his people. And it seems like, well, damn, no need to sabotage Shedeur no more because he gonna get traded. Or is that exactly what needs to happen? Can you trade a player when they injured? No, because that's why Deshaun's still there. That's why Deshaun going back on the injury list parks him in Cleveland until his career ends. He been there since 2023 and hasn't played 2022. Hasn't played a full season yet. Injured in 24. Injured in 25. And now he's going back on the PUP list till 2026. So they got him licked. Now they think they got Shedeur licked. Even though he went toe-to-toe with Josh Allen, they had all of these little minions on the field helping out. So what they gonna do next? Because he's comfortable not being in Cleveland. What you gonna do? Are you just gonna straight up wave him and say no other team wants him? Because that's bullshit. You're gonna burn the whole damn league down if you do that. Anytime you got Washington Commanders fan rolling up into Huntington Field to cheer for Shedeur, I don't think you want that smoke. You know you don't want to trade him as a franchise, and you tried to make him look like anything than, but he just went toe-to-toe with the MVP. And the game was sabotaged, and he still went toe-to-toe with the MVP. The kid is unstoppable. So what you gonna do next? Are you gonna knee him in the back? Are you gonna try to bait him in? Or are you gonna send him out there on the stretcher so he's unavailable and untradeable? You better look for the sabotage, because it's coming. Let's say I'm wrong. I wasn't wrong last week, though. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Happy pre-Christmas Eve. Hey, Joyce. Welcome back. Hey, 22. Welcome back. Has 22. Welcome back. People making up excuses and deflecting. That's what it is. Yeah, we're not doing that. And I will block you. Because what's happening to Shedeur, I ain't gonna lie. It's intolerable, right? And it's disturbing to see people after looking at the clip of, it's obvious it was intentional. And a lot of people didn't know that was a player that was Shedeur's teammate. They thought that was an opposing team. And somebody said it best. They said, damn, I figured, in the huddle, they be doing stuff, dirty play to each other on different teams. They said, but damn, your own teammates? I'm like, right. And your throwing hand, and you're a quarterback. And the league tried to destroy you mentally. And when you got to Cleveland, they've been trying to destroy you mentally and physically. So when you put it all into context, this was intentional. It was intentional anyway. This is just sustained abuse meant to destroy, because Shedeur is seemingly unstoppable. Colin Kaepernick, that jacket that Dave Chappelle had on is everything. Do y'all know that Dave Chappelle did not just film that recently? That was filmed previously, and he put it out now. Understand, that jacket is not a coincidence. It said, I commend you for keeping it up. Thank you, Texas Cannon. It said, how do you feel about the Pro Bowl selection? All right, let's talk about it. Okay, so the Pro Bowl selection, we have, I'm going to share the screen so y'all can see. Understand this. I knew whether Shedeur had They would never let us know. I knew that wasn't gonna happen. I was shocked they actually gave him what he earned, Rookie of the Week, but they damn sure wasn't gonna let him get Pro Bowl nod. Why? Because if he get Rookie of the Week and Pro Bowl nod, he has to enter Rookie of the Year conversation. And the only quarterback in that conversation is Tyler Shaw. And they propping him up so good because they want him to get it. Why? Because like Dart, he was drafted before Shedeur. So how would it look if Shedeur gets Rookie of the Week and he gets the Pro Bowl? You got to put him in the Rookie of the Year conversation, and they don't want to do that. See, that's the type of thing Shedeur got to take stock in, that they still robbing you. But see, he was robbed at Colorado, all up and through there, every all over the place, inside and out. Now it's happening again. And while he can't care about accolades, he needs to care about his safety, because he's seen as unstoppable. And anytime, you have the fan base that you have, and think about it, the number one selling jersey, right? He got the number one selling jersey for a rookie. I think he got the top 3 selling jersey overall, because time has moved on. Rookie of the Week votes get you fandom, get you Rookie of the Week. Of course you got a Pro Bowl nod. They just threw it in the trash because they don't want you to be in the conversation for Rookie of the Year. So you know how many fans you have. You know that you get paid from your jersey. So you know that you probably have been handsomely compensated for having a number one selling rookie jersey. Now you got the number 3 jersey. Now you're Rookie of the Week, but they pumped the brakes. And what that should tell him is they gonna only let him get so far. And this comes on the heels of only letting him get so far versus the Bills. That's why when the holder took the football off the ground and threw it away, so they didn't get 3 points, the cameraman went straight to Shedeur for a reaction. And he just put his head down and went to the locker room. Because we only gonna let you get so far. We're not even gonna let you play your game. And you still gonna overcome. And we gonna only let you get so far. So essentially, Shedeur Sanders is fighting the NFL, who's been fighting Shedeur. And he just going out here and being great. And just like in the draft, they still shutting him down. They straight up robbed him of Pro Bowl votes. Of course they did. They weren't gonna let him get that. So let's see who got it. Let's see. We got Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. Now, Denzel Ward ain't even played the last 3 games because they won't even let him play. Myles Garrett, of course, he's good. Denzel Ward, excellent. Franchise. I'm not shocked. But look at what happened to Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward after they stood up for Shedeur. They got retaliated against. Myles Garrett, according to Mike Tomlin, I think he got 5 sacks on them the last 2 times they played. He can't even get more than 1 sack a game. But Carson Wentz took the ball out. I'm just saying. So we got Quinshon Judkins being an alternate, Harold Fanning Jr. being an alternate, and then Grant Delpit gets in there. And who else? Oh, did I say Carson Wentz? Okay, so Shedeur is part of the Hungry Dog pack, but they excluded him, right? Myles Garrett is a starter, and Denzel Ward with Grant Delpit, and then Harold Fanning Jr., Quinshon Judkins, and Carson Wentz just selected as alternates, honoring their strong seasons with the AFC's top defense. It said Garrett earned his 7th Pro Bowl nod, while Ward received his 5th. Right. So why isn't Ward playing? Because he's not injured, but they keep letting him do press conferences. Why isn't Myles Garrett hasn't had more than 1 or half a sack or 1.5 sack per game? Because he's being held back. He wasn't supposed to get it on Brock Purdy. They ended up in the hunt for the playoffs or something like that. He wasn't supposed to get it against Josh Allen because they ended up in the playoffs. So Myles Garrett had to yield to Brock Purdy and Josh Allen. So did Shedeur Sanders. If we're not going to let Myles Garrett go play his game, Why would we let Shedeur Sanders play his game? In fact, if you pay attention, since Shedeur Sanders has been playing, they suppressed the defense. That's why Myles Garrett don't have the numbers yet, and that's why Denzel Ward has not been playing. But they got Pro Bowl nods. Thank you for your service. Carson Swessinger, Quinshon Junkins, Harold Fannin Jr., but not Shedeur. Another reason why they started him late. They don't want him in these conversations, just like they don't want Myles Garrett getting his sacks on who. So that's just what it is. So it's rigged, just like anything else. It's just rigged. It's rigged, y'all, just like anything else. And they gonna keep cheating Shedeur. You know how you know? Because they still cheating Lamar. They fired a whole damn GM so he wouldn't draft Lamar. We just didn't know about it at the time. They fired a whole black Harvard-educated GM so he cannot draft Lamar. They fired the man. They could have just told him no, but they just fired him so he couldn't do it. Andrew Berry thought he was going to draft Shedeur. They prevented that from happening too. Then they get Shedeur. Andrew Berry says Shedeur gonna outproduce his draft stock. They trying to stop that from happening too. So here's the thing. Shedeur got to look at Myles Garrett. And I know Shedeur and Myles Garrett have talked. But Myles Garrett been in the league for a minute. And, you know, he still go out there and play with passion. And as far as we know, he been able to play until this year when Shedeur becomes the quarterback. And you can see a look on his face, like in the Titans game, because he's being restricted, right? So it seems like they have a way of rewarding the players for their services. Sure, Denzel Ward, we're not going to let you play for a couple of games because, you know, we put you out there with Myles Garrett at 10% and Shedeur the quarterback, y'all going to win. But they get the Pro Bowl nod. So that smooths it over and it makes it feel better. Carson Swessinger gets the nod and, you know, on defense. And then you got the guys like Harold Fannin Jr. and Quinshon Junkins, who was injured. And they could have got new O-linemen, but they didn't care. That's why they got 2 running backs in the draft, because they knew one of them was going to get injured. Why else do you get 2 running backs in the draft? Okay. So they knew what was going to happen. They already knew what was going to happen. They ain't know when. They ain't know how. I ain't going to tell you that they knew what was going to happen in this game. And they didn't know it was going to be to that extent, but they drafted 2 running backs. They already had running backs. But I need some more because I'm running them into the ground. We talked about this at the beginning of the season. So what? When Dylan was a quarterback. So what? Y'all just going to run Quinshon into the ground? If you run a player too much, he eventually is going to get hurt. You let a quarterback get sacked too much, Deshaun Watson, he's going to get hurt. We're talking about human flesh here. They not Superman. That's a duh moment. That's what that is. So it's rigged. That's just what it is. You can't have the number 1 selling rookie jersey. You can't have the number 3 top jersey overall. You can't have all the votes to make you what is it, rookie of the week. Then you get the top 10 Pro Bowl votes for the quarterback. And they don't even mention that. He could have got all the votes and probably got top 3, 2, 5. And they weren't gonna let him go. So now Shedeur has to look at Myles Garrett. Now he has to look at Denzel Ward. He know those 2 gentlemen spoke up for him. He know Tony Brown spoke up for him. He knows Huntley showed him love. He know Wyatt Teller showed him love. He knows. But he has to sit down and ask himself, yeah, okay, this is not what I thought it was going to be. But what am I going to do? Am I just going to go out here and play to my best of my abilities knowing they trying to lose? That's where we are in the chapter on sabotage. A rookie coming in, finding out the teams want to lose. So certain players can advance, like Josh Allen and Brock Purdy. They want me to lose because I'm black. They want Josh Allen and Brock Purdy to win because they're white. And even though I put the team in position to beat them because I'm black, I have to lose. Myles Garrett, I have to yield on when I get the record because I can't sack Josh Allen more than half a time. I can't sack Brock Purdy 2 or 3 times. And I can't sack Cam Ward because the Browns don't want to go to the playoffs, so we got to lose this game. That's how they play football now. There's no integrity at all. From the higher ups down to the coaching, now including the players, your own teammates. So it's truly a locker room divided. And when you come in, you can't come in wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and think you have any type of control. You don't even have control over winning the game, even when you, the best option to win, can put the team in position to win. They just gonna throw it away because that's what they did versus the Bills. Took the ball off the ground and threw it nowhere. Didn't try to get them 3 points or 7 or 2 or put the team in position to get a first down. Nothing. Just threw it away so we could go to the locker room. And number 13 did it so casually. He just put his hands in his pocket and just walked off. No, just like the guy, Reinhardt stepping on Shedor's fingers. No concern, no damn, no sense of damn, I didn't know. No, nothing. Mission accomplished. It's criminal. But nobody will do anything about it. Everything happened for a reason. Everything happened for a reason. It said, yeah, they ran Quashawn like a dog chasing a bone. And think about this, Niceville. They didn't just run him like a dog chasing a bone. They ran him into a wall every single time, like a dog chasing a ball, running into a wall. Why? Because they had no O-line to protect the run. And they didn't go get one in the O-line. So when they drafted Quashawn and I think Dylan Sampson, they knew exactly what was going to happen. They knew Dylan couldn't get it done. They don't want Shedeur to get it done. So we just going to run you into a wall. That's what you're signing up for. So now Quashawn's supposed to feel better because he an alternate about them running him into a brick wall. He a dog chasing the ball. When all of this could have been avoided, you could have just got an O-line. That's negligence. That's workplace negligence over and over and over. But the players are black, so they don't care. Why do you think the running backs are not typically white? And running backs get CTE more often than tight ends. But the tight ends are the ones that keep dropping the ball and costing touchdowns. Not a coincidence here. Not a coincidence at all. It said they know if defense is allowed to ball out, that equals more possessions for Shedeur, which equals more and passing yards. It's our sabotage. Right, there you go. I mean, and there you go. That's why we over here holding back the defense. We holding back Myles Garrett. We kicking Denzel Ward out the game. Number 26. But see, number 26 showed him. Let's see if they let him play this week. Number 26, remember the first week they had him lit, bro. They set him up. See, that's how number 26 and Gage had the same thing in common. And Gage still got it in common, but 26 overcame it. 26 is a nickelback, the only person on the roster depth chart as a nickelback. So they benched Denzel Ward, and they created this mismatch in the Bills game with this Amazon tight end. And the nickelback is not that big of a guy. And in the game before that, he got burned 3 times against the Bears in the first half alone. So Stefanski was happy with that, so he ran the guy back again, creating the mismatch and thinking he gonna get burned. Dude start tackling. He started tackling. He probably was one of the few people out there tackling besides Carson Swetzinger. And it's like they held everybody else back, but Carson, go ahead and get yours. The divide in the locker room is not just rookie to veteran, upper management to lower management, black to white. That's really what it is. Why can't Myles Garrett get his sacks, but Carson Swetzinger could get the nod? You see? I mean, if you pay attention to the game, They let Carson Sweatshirts just go out there and do everything, but Miles Carey can't get it. On the offense, they don't even want to acknowledge Shedeur, who throwing the goddamn ball to Harold Fanning Jr. Jerry Jeudy was upset with Shedeur, but Harold Fanning Jr. was the leading wide receiver, and that was happening when Dillon was out there because they convinced Jeudy to take a dive, and he did. Now you see he quiet, and all he get is check downs. Now don't nobody get a deep ball. You see? So he quiet because don't nobody get a deep ball. But they still had the Bills on the road, so Shedeur's still unstoppable. So now they gotta still find a way and a plot to stop him these last 2 games, so he don't get traded as a franchise somewhere else. Everybody's already starting to speculate. You don't hear me talking about it. Shedeur Sanders trade watch. People want him to go to Miami. I'm like, sure, they want a white quarterback. Just get Quinn Ewers on up here. They could have drafted Quinn Ewers instead of Dillon, but they didn't. Dillon is the accusation that Stefanski gets that he was not making football decisions. Dillon was not a football decision at all. He just wastes the space in somebody that get paid for nothing. Maybe a favor for Oregon. Let's see where that lands Dante Moore. That's why I wish he never went there. It said, go Steelers. It said, get Shedeur. It said, the Steelers need to win. Yeah, I'll kick you out for the day. You got to go with that. Yep, that's it. They said, they're doing everything in their power to stop Shedeur. Yep, go watch Dave Chappelle, Unstoppable. He put it out there. That Colin Kaepernick jacket, that story about Jack Johnson, Shedeur Sanders will come to mind. Shedeur Sanders will come to mind. The Unstoppable. And he was actually talking about himself. Anybody watched it? Let me know if anybody in here watched it. Let me know if anybody watched Dave Chappelle Unstoppable. Dave Chappelle is a comedic genius. The way he takes seemingly random topics and tie them together, and they unfold right before your eyes and resonate in your brain. The man is a damn genius. Just from the way he started off his story, talking about what his mom taught him and how he closed it, even with the video montage he had at the end. Dave Chappelle is a callback genius. And he says so much without saying it. I don't even know if I ever heard him mention Kaepernick's name. But it was undeniable because you couldn't help but to see it. And you knew exactly what it meant. I'm telling you, that's going to go down as one of the best stand-ups he's ever done. And I think I've watched him out. I watched him when he came to Atlanta with Kevin Hart. Man. And T.I. did a little stint on stage because I guess he was doing comedy or something like that. And we were standing all outside for hours waiting for the show to start because it was late. And when you got in, they took your phone so you couldn't have your phone and use it or record or whatever. Because that's how they keep stuff in the building. I mean, we're going to come out here and tell it. But at the same time, Dave is a comedic genius. And he didn't shy away from nothing. Shedeur should have been a Pro Bowler. He had 300 yards in one game. He outplayed Josh Allen. Right. Understand this. He could have had 300 yards in every game. Well, what did they employ Stefanski to do? Make sure that don't happen. And who did it? Whoever took Shedeur off the board in the draft. People are talking about how other coaches, have nice words for Shedeur. And some of you think they feel bad because they would have liked to have gotten him, but they didn't have no choice, right? I can't wait to start for that conversation to start. I can't wait for that conversation to start because immediately after the draft, they lied and said during the draft that nobody had a first round grade on Shedeur. You could go Google it. 3 teams said they did. See, they lied. And the they is why Kevin Stefanski still has a job. And the they is who Shedeur needs to look out for and what they're going to do in this next game. See, they didn't want Blake Whitehart to get the heat. because they didn't want to have to bench him like they did Conklin. Notice they didn't bench Batonio. Instead, they sent a coach out here to talk about, oh, I wouldn't trade Batonio for the world. Do you see? Do you see? It's rampant racism. But what makes it bad is when guys like Jerry Jeudy, Cam Robinson, and KT Levingston join in. Then you don't know who to trust. You can't just see those three guys make it so that Shedeur got to look at everybody. Because if for those three, he would be looking at white people or the kicker, whatever the hell he is. But now, and everything happened for a reason. Now you got to watch everybody, even people you think you could trust. So what do? When you fall down, you get the hell up. You don't need them to help you. In one clip, I saw him ushering to come help him up. Don't do that. You need to be independent. If you already got to go do a press conference with ink on your face, take a shower at home, you don't need them to help you up. And you can't trust them when you do a run block play and Batonio chooses to block for the running back, but then the next time y'all try it to score, 72 don't do his blocking. That just lets you know you can't trust these people. And I listen to people try to interpret Shedeur's press conferences and I laugh to myself because I'm not going to give up the sauce. They don't even know what the hell he be saying sometimes. This one guy said when Shedeur was talking about the Ravens game, he learned through his failures. I'm like, he didn't say nothing like that. And I just LOL. He didn't say none of that. And I'm like, no amount of lies is going to make it that big. That's not what he said. So I ain't going to tell you what the hell he was saying. If that's what the hell they think, then that's what the hell you think. What he said. If you ask me, he was talking about the robbery. Because he said something about, yeah, I'm glad things went the way they went. I'm like, talking about, I'm like, he didn't say shit about no failure. He didn't even use that word. He didn't even allude to anything about his skill set. He said he happy things went the way they went. I'm glad I wasn't at home. I'm glad I wasn't at home. I'm glad I wasn't at home. That's what it means. I'm like, it just amazes me that they try to go 140 miles up the road to hold this kid back. And when God makes sure that we all see that he's unstoppable, that he's protected, yeah, you could get injured. That don't mean it's going to, end your season. That's what they thought with the little hand thing. See, when you rip off somebody's fingernail out the nail bed, do you know that that's what you was looking at? That was his fingernail at the top. That was piled up at the top. I don't know how, he should have went to the hospital. And I don't know what kind of pain he could possibly be in. Because, again, today, my nails getting too long and I bit one. These are my nails. So it hurt like hell. And I didn't have nails for damn near a month because it takes time to grow out. They thought that would put him in so much pain that he wouldn't be able to play. They even asked him about it. He said, if I couldn't throw the ball, I wouldn't be back out here. So now they're going to try it again. They protected Whiteheart after the wrongdoing, but they never protected Shedeur. They never protect Shedeur. You know what Shedeur gets from Cleveland? Betrayal and hatred. That's it. Because you can't trust nobody. You damn sure can't trust nobody that gravitate towards you. Because you don't know what they want. And you got to look at certain people sideways, especially the veterans. And then you got to look at the rookies and see who really with you. And to be honest with you, that's probably why some of the vets get mad at him because of the whole hungry dog thing. But you saw the Browns celebrate that, right? Remember that big, beautiful picture? Maybe they felt like they were going to get iced out. But is there any reason to step on your quarterback's hand and crush it so he can't throw? Maybe if Dylan is throwing the ball, I have an opportunity to get it. Why not just get to know the quarterback? But no, let's upend the quarterback's career so we can get Dylan back in here. So he can throw it at your head? They know Dylan can't win. and they know Shedeur can. And they trying to take down Shedeur by any means necessary. And there is zero accountability. Nobody to stop it. So whatever happens next is supposed to happen. And you just gonna have to see what come of it, because nobody will stop it. Nobody will stop it. It said they just did the same thing with the Ravens game. It said created a mismatch on defense and allowed Drake May to throw a bomb. Game-winning touchdown. Right. There's so many ways to rig the game. And that's what we're seeing. I tell you, when people show you what they're capable of, bro, you better take notes. You better take notes. I tell people that when people show you what they're capable of, you better believe that shit. Because you're going to see it again. You're going to see it again. This is just a dirty old playbook. There's so many ways to rig the game, and because there's so many black quarterbacks, it's just a lot of rigged games out here. Now, what's going on with Tampa Bay? Why am I coming for Baker Mayfield? Am I coming for Baker Mayfield, or am I coming for his black head coach? Remember the team that Shiloh played on? Yep. Isaiah said he not tolerating nobody. I'm not either. I don't care who it is. I'm black. I've been blocking people. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm like, I think, for what Shador is going through, every time, like, I see why black people were slaves for 400 years. So you got so many people out here making excuses. Oh, it was an accident. No, the hell it wasn't. Oh, this is football. No, the hell it's not, because it has never happened to anybody else. I don't know a quarterback out here that can get touched like Shedeur, that can get touched like Lamar, that you can even need them in the back. What happened to the player that need Lamar Jackson in the back? Now, they know Shedeur got some kind of back injury, right? Okay. Let's see if they exploit that. Because they have deemed him unstoppable. And they not going to stop. And, I don't know. This is where, a part of maturity is understanding that you can't fight people who for themselves, right? When you have people out here and they insist on doing wrong, right? Yeah, God will put you in a situation. That's facts. God opened the door. We get that, right? But you have to start asking yourself, how long is this gonna last? Because they're not interested in being better, and this has been this way, and I'm just new to the situation. So Shedeur could be on the backside of the message. You came, you saw for yourself what it was. It's not the same situation as your dad, because your dad was never a quarterback. They even more hell bent. And the timing that you came in, right? You didn't come in at 2000 when the league was apologizing. You came in 2025 when they took in racism out the end zone. All of that matters, because you don't give a shit when you do stuff like that. And you did that in one of the blackest cities out here at the Super Bowl, the same Super Bowl they invited him to before they stabbed him and his father in the back. They even tried to tell him what they was gonna do, knowing he would remember what the commissioner said, who nobody has seen lately, by the way, who should be fired. I'm worried about your pops. Was he psychic? Comments like that would make me wonder, was anything really ever really wrong with me? I mean, I'm just a little wondering now. Because how you knew before I knew? Or were you talking about something else? See, if you had said that to me, and then all of a sudden my mom I'm like, wait, what? Is this what he meant? How you knew that? See, that's kind of mind I have. I'm like, I know your ass ain't psychic, so what the hell is going on here? You have to wonder. You have to wonder. When somebody tell you they worried about somebody before they supposedly have cancer and they gotta be out of commission, I mean, we all know Coach Prime ain't worried about nothing they say. And look at what happened at Colorado. Have y'all ever considered that? That wording out your pops before he gets a call about something on a test, and then I'm faced with these choices, and they all gonna negatively impact my job, and I take the path to least resistance, the surgery, which some people don't survive, and then look at what happens at my job because I gotta be out, and look at what happens in the draft. That cake, that couldn't have been easy to recover with all of that happening. Have y'all ever wondered about that? I told you my story. They said I had 5 tumors. I ain't have one. Thank God I didn't let them do the surgery, right? Yeah. When people show you what they're capable of. It said Miles cannot let you. What? Miles Carrot. I'm not sure what that one meant, fam, but let me know. See if you can reiterate that one for me. It said he tells so many truths. It said been watching him for a very long time. Dave is a genius. Oh yeah, you talking about Dave Chappelle? Yeah, Dave is a genius, bro. I'm telling you. Oh, who said it? Val said I watched it last night. Me too. That's when I watched it. I watched it half a little bit of it today, just to get back into, because he said so much. But I'm telling you, between that Colin Kaepernick jacket, that Jack Johnson story, what his mama told him, and the montage at the end, bro, I'm telling you, Dave Chappelle, man, Dave. It's not a lot of comedians like that. It's not like he a comedic genius for sure. Like it's crazy. It's really crazy, and he know he unstoppable, and he know what happens to the unstoppable. That's why you got to go watch it. That's why you go. And Shedeur, that's what Shedeur is. Wasn't his father unstoppable? So is Shedeur. It said Davis from Washington. Yeah. It said tells you a lot. Yup. Thanks for letting us know about the special. I will watch it. Oh yeah, you gotta watch it. If you can hear the sound of my voice, I don't care if you got to go get Netflix for $7.99. You need to go watch it. If that's all you watch, it will pay for itself. Go watch it. Watch it a couple times. Go watch it. Go watch it. When he told the part about Jack Johnson, I wasn't expecting that, right? And I mean, all I could think about was Shedeur. It was like a aha moment, right? Because you people always wonder, what the hell is wrong with these people? Why are they acting like this, right? Because people say that I read comments on every platform I'm on. I take the time and read the damn comments. That's why I can't always get to my email, because I'm on Facebook reading comments. I'm on X reading comments. I'm on TikTok reading and replying to comments. I'm on YouTube doing the same, right? So somebody said it. Why do you hate us so much? And I just said racism. But see, after watching Dave, I'm right about that. That's exactly what it is. But I like what Dave said. And that meant he had to think about it. He said, I can pinpoint this all the way back to a time period. In other words, where did all of this angst start? All of this hatred, right? Not just racism, but let's say in the sports world, okay? Let's kind of say that, but really it kind of is outside of that, right? And he he'd been thinking about it. For him to go back to the Jack Johnson story and tell us in detail about it and how it ties in to modern times, 2025 is crazy, bro. You know how well read and researched you gotta be to do what he did in that stand-up? Where Jack Johnson is concerned, what he is concerned, what his mom told him. I'm like, I ain't impressed by a lot. I'm like, but I'm impressed. I was even watching it going, do you see how he put his shit together? Like, this is crazy. But for him to know that, right? Like, certain people might know one thing, and then certain people might know another, but he know all of it. And then the way he constructed it, it's just crazy. It's just crazy, but he's right. He's right. And it's all about the audacity to be who you are, to believe in who you are. And that's the whole issue with every black quarterback. Cam Newton, what did Cam Newton say? They call Phillip Rivers and not him because his personality. That means they won that fight because they convinced him it was him and not racism, but it's racism. And I told him that. I'm like, Cam, come on now. I'm like, you got 4 shows out here. People love you. Why would they hate you? Because you're black. And I don't know if some people just really have a problem with being discriminated against in terms of that's what's happening to them. Because it seemed like he wanted to die. I'm like, you can't dodge that. Look at Terrell Pryor, who came in, what, the year before, after you, at the same time, or in a supplemental draft? No. I'm like, don't let these people defeat your mind like that. And it goes to show you that that's the goal, for you to think it's you, so you'll be different and assimilate and conform. Pat Davis sent me an email with a clip from the Roland Martin show, where DeMaurice Smith, remember the guy DeMaurice Smith I read about 2 chapters in the book, and we talked about it on certain shows, Turf Wars. Well, he had been on like the Breakfast Club. He was somewhere else. I saw him, and then he was on Roland Smith. She sent me a copy of it, and I was listening to the interview. And in the interview, let me see if I can play it. In the interview, he was talking about how he was hired to, lead the NFL Players Association. And y'all know John Gruden got kicked out the NFL for being racist after making comments about him and his physical features as a black man. So he faced a lot of resistance, but it's when he talks about how the black players NFL players in general went against him. It's that part. That's the part that gets me, right? That somebody's coming to help you and you're fighting them. And that's kind of really what Shedeur is going through, right? Shedor's in Cleveland. He can help them win, but they fighting him. They doing everything so they don't win. Essentially, Cleveland is telling Shedeur, yeah, we know you can get it done, but we don't want to win. And he like, huh? He like, what? And for these rookies, this has to be tough. And the reason it has to be tough is because it's not what you thought. You thought that they wanted to win and they couldn't. No, they can and they choose not to. That's like 68 and 72. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. And that's what people don't want to understand, right? That's just what they're doing. Let me see if I still have it. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. Okay. I have it. I don't know if I'll be able to play all of it. Because she just sent me the link. I don't know why I thought I was looking at an individual edited clip. So I'm gonna see if I can show y'all a part of it. Because it's good, right? And we're on a marathon. This is the streamathon. So I'm just on for a few hours. If you can't stay, we get it. I get it. Yeah, I think I can share it, guys. I think I can share it. Oh, maybe. Let's see. I have to do some finagling here. So we are here for a couple of hours, guys. And I don't know if y'all heard me talking about the fact that I wanted to do a streamathon. So this is the first one. I might do another one. You never know. But this is my first holiday streamathon. I've done one before when we were snowed in Atlanta, but this one would be different. Okay, I gotta get here we go. I gotta get it in. Open it somewhere else. Okay. All right, let's see if I can get it. Nope, didn't get it. All right. Guess I got the wrong thing. Let's see. Anyway, he was just talking. Y'all, if y'all have listened to us talk about this before, DeMaurice Smith told us that, the NFL exerts, how does he say it? Aggressive control over the players. And that's what you're seeing with Shedeur. That's aggressive control to do what? To show him that you have no control. That's exactly what their goal is. It's not even about winning and losing games. It's about acquiring talent, controlling it, and the talent you don't want, you acquire it. You acquire it to destroy the talent. So you're acquiring talent for multiple reasons. All right, here it is. Welcome everybody. If you can't stay, I understand. We're gonna be live for a couple of hours. So, all right, here we go. This is just gonna be a clip. So shout out to Pat for sending this to me. All right.
I know when I was growing up in Houston, I would do 300 books a summer. We went to the library and we had my mom made us check out the maximum number of books every week, not the minimum number of books. And so I really got into a lot of sports books. Then of course, as I got older, and then I said I'm gonna leave to understand that also they're my bosses.
100%. Look, first of all, you mentioned the GOAT, and that was Gene. And Gene ran the union for decades, played as a player for decades. The most precious thing that I ever had in the union building was the only helmet that Gene Upshaw wore. And I kept that in the building for one reason. It is covered in duct tape. It's got chipped paint. But Gene really represented that hard nose. We're going to play football in a tough way. We're also going to run this union in a tough way. And that's the way that I wanted to run the union. And coming in from, like you said, 10 years as a prosecutor, another.
So he's talking about how Gene Upshaw, who was the union leader before himself, wanted to play tough football. But guess what? I want to run the union like a business. And he said, that's what I want to do. This man was a prosecutor. This man was on, I think, Obama's team at some point or something like that. So they hired him knowing who he was, but I believe they hired him for political access. That's what I think, because they fought him too much to actually run the business. I think it was about paying big bucks to get somebody on the inside. That's what I got from it. But he was serious about the job because, like he said, he was a prosecutor for 10 years. So again, I'm coming to get somebody I think I can control because I need access to the White House. Why is this? Because the NFL pays big money to stay off the radar of the White House. So I need friends for protection on the inside.
10 years representing big companies. It's a bit of a culture shock. The players are young and they love playing the game. For almost all of them, it's also their first job.
Right.
And I think, it took me a while to start giving them a little bit more of a cushion, a little bit more of a grace. But, I remember my first job working at a restaurant sub shop, and you realize in your first job that the boss doesn't care for you. The players of the National Football League sometimes have to be shocked out of this complacency that they're joining a family.
Right.
That they're part of the Jets family, that they're part of the NFL family.
Well, we just saw it, and I text you.
Oh, yeah.
Is it T. Higgins?
Yeah.
So this brother, concussion.
Yeah.
They put him back into the game, and then when it's over, he's giving an interview. He said, well, I got to be there for my guys. And you're like,
no.
Dude, okay, no. You're going to have another 20, 30, 40, 50 years of life. You may not be present for your family.
100%. And that's the culture you have to break them out of. And look, we put in the new concussion protocols in 2011. It was not popular. Certainly wasn't popular with fans.
It's still not.
Still not. But I did see a change, which when we texted back and forth about that the other day, that's the slip back that I'm starting to see. 2011, we put in these protocols. It's a year or two before players get their heads around them, but slowly players start to understand, wait, this is a job. I'm a husband.
Did you hear what he just said? See, now that's key. That's key, what he said. So I'm gonna stop it right there. Okay, did you hear him talk about, for many of the players, this is their first job. And one of the things they have to be shocked out of, because they come in wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. This is my first job. I'm joining the NFL. It's a brotherhood. It's a family. No, it's not. And Shedeur has been shocked. All right. The other rookies have been shocked. What did I say? They come in believing that the league is this way. And when they get on the inside, they don't find out. But it's like until probably to the veterans return. Because we don't really see much if it's just us rookies. It's when the veterans return and then we go to practice. But when the agenda is set and we start playing football for the season, we get to see, are we really out here trying to win? No. So he's saying a lot of them have to be shocked. And like, hey, this is a job. Because they thinking it's a fraternity. They thinking it's a brotherhood. It clearly ain't a brotherhood. If it's only 11 men on the field with Shedeur, and 5 of them he can't trust, and 5 of them maybe, okay, 5 I got. I know he got Harold Fanning Jr. I know he got Quishon Junkins. I know he got Corley. That's 3. I would hope he have Gage. I would hope he have Isaiah Bond. But it's not a guarantee that Corley and Bond gonna be on the field. It could be Jerry Jeudy, or it could be Tillman, and I don't know which way he swings. It could be somebody else. I don't know where the hell Jamari Thrash is. We don't never see him. So it's 5 people I for sure can't trust. And it's only 5 people on the O-line. But it's really 4 of them I can't trust. Plus the punter, 13. Plus Brendan Bates, 82. Plus Whitehart, 86. You see? So that's really 4, 5, 6, 7. But it ain't but 11 on the field at a time. And they keep him rotating heavily so he cannot get in rhythm with certain people. And now they've shut down the deep ball and made him a check down king. So he's trying to get Junkins open so he can throw a short pass instead of plays where Junkins or Harold Fanning Jr. or Isaiah Bond, who showed us a beautiful pass, can get open to do that. They don't want to see that. This is what Demaris is talking about for the young players. You getting a concussion and you trying to go back in the game because you got to be out there for your guys. Imagine Shedeur being in that situation. Who you out there for? The 5 of the 11 because the other one's setting you up so you could fail. He don't even have that. T. Higgins don't have it either. He just want to believe he have it because they gave him his contract. But guess how he got his contract? Because his mom went on the internet and called them out for being cheap with the franchise tag. So they gave him his contract. How did Myles Garrett get his contract? He said he was going to leave. So they gave him his contract. They're not family if you have to walk or your mama got a text about it. They're not family. And I don't even know why they even buy into that because it's so divisive on the team, in the locker room. And maybe there's a storied franchise out there. Maybe the Jags are truly like a family. Maybe it's a case-by-case basis. But from what I've seen in Cleveland, that's not living your dream. That's living a nightmare. That's living a nightmare. And it's intentional. It's not like Shedeur got a job and the place is just run poorly. No, it's intentionally corrupt to control who gets the baton to lead and to be seen as the face of the team. And black quarterbacks don't get the baton. We're going to see what happened with Dante Moore. But I said it multiple times that Shedeur should take a look at Lamar Jackson's career and his draft tail to where he is now, even though he won 2 MVPs and they stole the 3rd one and gave it to Josh Allen, who he had on the ropes. Maybe there ain't no point to you winning over there because this is going to bring further heartache, pain, and humiliation and physical pain. You've already been stepped on your hand by your own teammate on your throwing hand. And what happened to Lamar? His own O-line stepped on his ankle. They got the same situation. Hell, somebody was fired so Lamar wouldn't go to Cleveland. Like, what the hell was going to happen if Lamar would have went to Cleveland? Oh, he would have went in the 1st round. And that's how much we don't want and value black quarterbacks, period. That we've never drafted them in the first round. We don't want one. We don't even want a first round QB in Shedeur Sanders, even though we got him at 144. Shedeur should not internalize any of this because it's happening to other black quarterbacks, and it's happening right there in Cleveland with Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. 2 games left. Buckle up. Dave is from Ohio. No, Dave is from Washington, but he somehow moved to Ohio. He said he grew up in Washington. He's not from Ohio. He said he's lived there for 25 years, but he's from DC. And he said he's from Silver Springs, Maryland. I thought he said Silver Springs, but he's from DC area. The DMV, I guess is what they call it. It said he is in the know for sure, politics and the elite out him through they tried him and his fans truly supported him. Yeah, you talking about Dave. He talks about that. He talks about how he can talk freely in Saudi Arabia, but he can't talk freely in the United States. He said, look at what happened to me 2 years ago. I'm like, damn, that was 2 years ago? He said they tried to cancel me. And they did. But it didn't work. And why? Just like Shedeur. They tried to cut him 5 times as it happened. Why? Pressure. The public. See, you have to have a fan base. You do. And see, they don't even want that in Cleveland. Because they want to be racist in peace. They want to abuse Shedeur Sanders in peace. They want to lose in peace. They don't want no accountability. We like the way it is. And another thing I'm going to tell you they're afraid of. They're afraid of black people picking up the microphone and being the ones getting the views who the fans are listening to. Understand that. You can have your own podcast and that don't matter. But when you get on these shows that are connected and close to the team and you get the T first, you're going to have to walk. They walk and play their game. You can't even be yourself on their show. And they are afraid that somebody else that's not them. See, they see the black quarterback being the leader of the team. They believe that black players are the majority of the league. So if I get a black quarterback to be the leader of the team on the offense and the running backs are black and the wide receivers are black, and then I go to defense and most of them black, except for maybe a few people, how long before the people who people gravitate towards on X are black? Understand that's what that's about. Because they have the control of the narrative. League has the control of who's who. Despite the talent. The media has the control of the narrative. And if everything is black in a black dominated sport, where does that leave us? And not me, us, but them. They don't want that. That's why they went and got Gil's Arena show and hijacked it. I don't care if he got paid $1 billion for it. They still took it for the purposes of hijacking the narrative and who tells what. That's why they did that. That's exactly why they did that. They don't want us telling our own story. That's why you have former black players and some coaches, whether it's the NFL or not, saying, I don't want to say it's sabotage. That's what the hell it is. So just call it what it is. Because they want to stay connected. The best thing you can do is have the perspective like Shedeur. Yeah, I just focus on now because I don't know if I'm going to be here next season. I ain't even focused on that. If I am, I am. If I'm not, I'm not. Right? For him to stay safe, he got to do that. But the ones on the outside, they ain't got to do that. That's why I like the podcast, the Raw Room, because they play ball and they just tell it what it is. They don't feel the need to be censored, and they have a YouTube platform, which means they made it to some level without having to sacrifice the commentary, right? But you got people out here with bigger platforms who played in the league who's scared to death of saying it's sabotage when you know that that's what it is. Because 9 times out of 10, you saw it happen before Shedeur came along. Remember Lamar Jackson? And they don't ever give Lamar Jackson the grace that we give Shedeur. Because he don't have a fan base like that. Baltimore Ravens fans cannot say they're Lamar Jackson fans, and they don't stand up for him. That's just what it is. Is Deion still doing the Netflix show? Yeah, I'm sure it's coming out sometime next year is what I heard. It said they tried him. The Rock, Oprah, many of these people. Oh, that you talking about Dave Chappelle? Karen Robinson is a step and fetch it. Gotta be. It's something he think he gonna get out of this. Dave was talking about purchasing a lot of property in his hometown. Yeah, he said he bought up the town that he has lived in for 25 years. He said he owned everything. He said they tried to auction off the firehouse that they had moved on from an old firehouse to a new one. He said they waited till he was out of town to auction the firehouse so he couldn't get it. He said, too bad, I got it. So apparently wherever he lives, he bought up all the property in this town. I thought he said something like Topanga Canyon, Topanga Falls. I don't know if he was about to say, go watch it. I don't know. Go watch it. It said Dave Chappelle was born in Washington, D.C. Facts, and his show was there too. Which show? Which show you talking about? The Chappelle show, or you talking about the stand-up? Because the stand-up was in D.C. That's facts. That's facts. They did retaliate against Denzel Ward because he said he wanted to come back last week, but he's playing this Sunday so he can be out there with Miles. Then Kevin Stefanski has his we'll see attitude. Facts. And that's what it's gonna be. They let them know. You don't have no say so in this thing. That's what they let him know. You win when we say you win. That's why I'm like, how long do y'all want to continue to subject yourself to this? Like everybody else is like, just go out there and play football amongst yourselves. But we've had that conversation. So let's see who they have. They got Deshaun has still got the Q, even though I think they changed that. He going back on the list. Quinshon is now at the back. So Dylan Sampson is Q. So that means we got Travion Williams and Raheem Sanders. Raheem Sanders is a dog. His talent at Q at running back 3. Jerry Jeudy is the starter. Then Malachi Corley. Corley should play over Jerry Jeudy. So when you don't see Jerry Jeudy and you see Corley, then they made the switch. Corley should definitely play. DeAndre Carter, the one wearing number 2, been on injured reserve the entire season. I don't know what happened to him. Then they have Cedric Tillman and Gage. Now, I thought they had Gage behind Jerry Jeudy, but they put Tillman in first and then Gage. Nobody's injured. There's no 3 and 4 there. Then there's Isaiah Bond and Jamari Thrash. So they put Jamari Thrash back on the roster. Harold Fanning Jr. is the 1. They put Blake Whiteheart as the 2 because Njoku is out. What's wrong with Njoku? And they got him with a Q. What's going on with that? Because a Q doesn't mean you're injured. They don't have him on injured reserve. They just got him with a Q, like Denzel Ward. So they holding David Njoku out? Is that what they doing? What y'all think about Njoku not playing? Because he's not injured. If it say Q, they not injured. Let me show y'all this. Let's see. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. Okay. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Hold on one second. Okay, so it's on the screen. I'm small to the left. I'm gonna read it out loud for people who are traveling. Okay, so the starter at quarterback is Shedeur Sanders. Dylan Gabriel is the 2nd. Deshaun Watson is the 3rd, but he's a Q. They say they might put him back on the PUP list. Running back, Dylan Sampson is a Q. And Quinshon Judkins is on injured reserve because he's injured. Travion Williams is the 2nd, and Raheem Sanders is 3rd. The running back room is stacked. And Jerry Jeudy is the starting wide receiver 1 with Malachi Corley, who Mike Tomlin was praising for doing really well at the 2. And then DeAndre Carter on injured reserve. Again, he's been out the whole season. Then at the second wide receiver 2 is Cedric Tillman. I think he that the one that had the concussion, and he had to be out last week. Apparently he's back. And then Gage is now behind him. And then Isaiah Bond is wide receiver 3 with Jamari Thrash, who I haven't really seen him play. Have y'all seen Jamari Thrash play? I haven't seen him play. Interesting story about Jamari Thrash. They played switcheroo last week, the Chicago game, before the Chicago game. They took this guy off the practice squad, an O-lineman. He played in a game, somehow protected Shedeur. They let him play and put Jamari Thrash on the practice squad, so they had to make the switch. So then after the game, they put that guy on waivers. The O-line guy, his name was Garrett something. They put him on waivers, and then they put Jamari Thrash back on the 53-man roster. So essentially, they let a tight end play. They let a tight end play. An O-lineman play, and then put him on waivers. But supposedly they shorthanded, or they have a lot of injuries at the O-line. Now that made absolutely no sense. And he got picked up by the Titans. So then we got Harold Fannin Jr. at the 1, and Njoku's a Q. See, Njoku's not injured. They just got him not playing. And then that left room for Blake Whiteheart. So if Whiteheart wasn't playing, he wouldn't be playing if Njoku was playing. You see how that works? So Whiteheart got in the game because they got Njoku on the sideline dressed like Santa Claus. And guess what happens to Shedeur with Whiteheart crushing his hand? Right. You see how manipulating the roster can benefit the sabotage? And then Brendan Bates. So you got the 3rd and the 4th string tight end selling out the quarterback. Then the left tackle, Cam Robinson, y'all know the story there. And KT Levingston is his replacement. Now they had the other guy, Garrett, but they sent him on. So basically they trying to prop it up as, well, we don't have nobody but Cam. He the only one that could play. We don't have nobody else. They had this problem last year, and they didn't get nobody in the draft. Joel Bitonio, problematic. If he don't play, then it's Tevin Jenkins. And then Luke is the center. Seemingly he been snapping the ball okay, but he the only one that can play because look, Justin and Ethan are on injured reserve. Then we have Wyatt Teller. He can play. He's not injured. Just like Njoku, he can play, but they refuse to play him. So it's Tevin Jenkins or it's Zach. I've seen Zach on the field a couple times. And then to the right tackle, they got KT Levingston. Oh, we don't have nobody else. They do. They actually have 2 other people because Jack Conklin is on injured reserve. They never put in Cornelius Lucas. And I don't even know if I know who Jeremiah Byers is. Right? So they made the depth chart like it is intentional with these cues so they don't have to play the best people. I have no choice but to go to my 3s and 4s, so you can't blame them if they not good. This is all intentional. Njoku should be playing, but look what happens when they sideline Njoku and he not injured. Whiteheart gets to come in and step on Shadeur's hand to take him out the game. That's what it is. That's just what it is, guys. So, that's what it is. It said, but has a lot of DC connections. Talking about Dave Chappelle. Very well insulated. Yeah, but he even though he. Hey, how you doing? Bridget, welcome. Okay, y'all, if you're just not joining us, I have to say this. We are on a live streamathon. We're going to be live. It's 10 o'clock. I'm probably going to be live for another hour or so. We already made it. We started at 7:35, so 2.5 hours. Probably got another hour and a half to go. Feel free to suggest the topic. We talked about everything from Dave Chappelle to the Browns. We talked about Jimmy Horn Jr., how he balled out, how his team, the Panthers are in a playoff hunt. We talked about the Jaguars on how they have clinched a spot in the playoffs, and Travis Hunter was able to travel to the game. So he's still out till next year, I think, next season. Oh, they did say Quinshon Judkins will be back in time for OTAs. He didn't tear any ligaments in his knee, but he does have a dislocated ankle, but he'll be okay. So Shedeur said he had his surgery today. So He'll be back before OTA, so it wasn't as bad as they thought. Good. But they are running him like a horse, so they need to do better. No black QB in the pro, and people still think there's no racism. The only people who say that are the people who know there's racism and they likely racist. This is why Coach Prime will never coach. I don't know. He might change his mind based on what's going on with Shedeur. You know, this is what people have to understand about this scenario. Coach Prime said that years ago, right? From a different perspective, right? He probably never thought he would coach his kids in high school, but he did. And he probably never considered being a HBCU coach or a Power 5 coach, but he did. And based on what I see going on with Shedeur, yeah, damn right, I'm gonna go coach. Because it ain't even about coaching. It's about the opportunity to do what's right in a sea of a cesspool of racism against black quarterbacks. You can't be invited to that table. You can't be invited to that and don't want to do it. Because it's no different than being a calling to make something right. The same reason he went to Jackson State. Now, if they let you have that kind of change and control, which I doubt, because the only black coach they even talking about is the coach at Notre Dame. Question is what y'all think about that. He's the only coach that has his name floated in a head coaching position in the NFL. What the hell is his name? The one that looked like Usher? Him. What y'all think about that? Because I see the play. If I ran off Sharon and set him up after they got Bryce Underwood secured, check. Got the next class secured, check. I don't need you more, bye. You see the same thing happening at Shedeur. You took Travis Hunter from PWIs. I made you bring him back. Now you can go, check. His replacement already on the ground. But we know Sharon Moore ain't getting no job. But don't be surprised if that happened because Harbaugh got a job. So I don't know. Maybe if he got something on him, some kind of leverage. Coach Prime should be because he's good, right? You don't get to where he got and actually not be good. So, but the goal is to get him out of college coaching. And the only reason you're going to see Coach Prime coaching in the NFL, because I do think he would change his perspective based on what's happening. Because he has a front row seat to how black quarterbacks are being treated, including his own son. And yes, he could change that. So yes, I think he would do it. I think he would change his perspective. Because, over time, situations change. But the reason why they would want Marcus Freeman is he would be another Power 5 coach that they could get out the way. And maybe if I offer him a job, Notre Dame doesn't have to pay him his buyout. I asked y'all the other day, can you see a scenario that Coach Prime gets suddenly offered a head coaching job in the NFL or some other job? And I say, yeah, for the same reason, so that Colorado doesn't have to pay him his buyout. What did the little alumni guys say? The best case scenario is that he would quit. The circumstance that he would quit is if he gets the job in the NFL. So I see them trying to move Marcus Freeman out the way because he didn't go to the Natty this year. Matter of fact, they already out the situation or whatever the hell is going on. I would think you would have heard that last year. But you're hearing it this year because it moves him out the way. And what happens? He gets to the NFL, and like every other black quarterback, he gets tossed. Don't forget he married to a white woman or something that's not black. He like that for a minute. And so is Andrew Berry, and look at how he get treated. So there's some plays happening to move these black head coaches out the way. What happened last year when it came time to recruit at Notre Dame? I called this out. All of the former NFL players that are black had their sons to go to Notre Dame so that they could get drafted. And every last one of them got shunned. And I think Ryan Clark's son ended up on the practice squad. And I don't know if he's playing now. And finally, Asante Samuel's son got a shot. And I think he played with Pittsburgh. And I feel like Ryan Clark's son ended up on the practice squad in Pittsburgh. Who's the head coach? You see? So if I get somebody who I heard say what my own two is, in the Natty, shunned his blackness, and he married to a non-black woman, and he shuns his own blackness, chances are I can get from Notre Dame and they don't have to pay you. Shout out to Notre Dame. And you can come over here and I don't have to worry about you being like Mike Tomlin and hiring these legends kids. Because you don't lean into your blackness. You see the play? That's what they're looking for. Shedeur leans into his blackness. That's why Coach Prime keeps trying to talk to him about his hair. But ain't no way in the hell you think that would change things. And they don't care about Jordan Love hair. So I think that was a misstep. So shout out to Shedeur for being his own man, because, you know, he told him, yeah, this is who I'm going to be, right? It shows that Shedeur knows it ain't shit I could do. Like he said, he don't own the club. He already know whether he tell us or not, they don't like him like that. So he know what it is. So I'm proud of him for that, right? That's when the son becomes the teacher in that situation. That's what that is. 195 of us, hit the like button for me, please. It said, my question is, what is their end game? What you mean, Queen T? What's whose end game? You said, what's their end game? Let me know what you mean. Whose end game? It said, I've checked out. I mean, they talking about fixing and predicting games. Yeah, I don't know. All the starters white for the Pro Bowl. I haven't watched the Pro Bowl in years. I thought it was flag football now. Or is there a separate flag football Pro Bowl? I don't know why I thought they changed the game so the players didn't get hurt. I mean, I'm sure it's a nice nod, but like everything else is rigged. I think that's the whole point. Wait till you see what the Super Bowl look like, or them championship games, the AFC to the NFC, and wait till you compare it to last year to this year. Cleveland's time is coming to an end. Full exposure is coming on deck. Yeah. These antennas went up when Mike Vick started to ball out, right? Because what happened with Michael Vick, right? And it's funny how, like, people looked at that back then. It was so loud because of what happened, right? And I get it, right? But over time, people began to realize, now, how did this all happen, right? Because if you look at what the Falcons did to Michael Vick, they tried to take back his signing bonus that they had given him years prior. Who does that? Normally, after 1 year, the signing bonus is yours. If something happens and you exit the firm, the company, the public service or whatever, within a year, then you got to give it back. But after a year, that's it. That's it. That's just how it goes. So they took the money back and bankrupt his family, right? So why do you think he got out or was released? They gave him a job because people were upset and they got a bad reputation after they did that. That was ugly. So what they tried to do to get away from it was sell the money they wanted back from him, the debt or whatever that was created because they went into bankruptcy. They sold it to a third-party company that wasn't seemingly affiliated with the team, but probably was related to somebody that on the inside, like one of them settlement type companies or something like that. They try to get away from it. So when he came, what did they do? They sent him to Philly. Who else they sent to Philly? Vince Young, did he end up in Philly? Dorian Thompson-Robinson, did he end up in Philly? Maybe Shedeur gonna end up in Philly. He gonna end up somewhere. That's the thing about it. He's going to end up somewhere. He's going to end up somewhere. It said, then again, look at how they gave Bob Marley. Yeah, I don't know Bob Marley's story like that. It said, many institutions, organizations will perish. You would think. You would think. You would think. You would think. I think over time, people will start tapping out. I was listening to this guy who was on the Raw Room. He used to play for Cleveland. He talked about how he's a head coach at a school in Alabama. And he talked about how he only had 30 players on his team. And they were like, only 30 players came out for football? He's like, yeah. I'm like, see, that's where you see on the front end all of the what's being exposed. Like, I think last year what happened to Shedeur being public, it was a tipping point. It really was. It was a tipping point. That's why you have quarterbacks going back to school. That's the front end. That's the front end damage. But then on the back end damage, you have only 30 players signing up for a varsity football team because they're not interested. Why would I be? I mean, on social media, you have a world in front of you. Like, I watch videos of what's going on in other countries, right? These young people can tap into anything they want to tap into. It's not like all I can do is go outside and play football. So yeah, let me play it in school. No. I remember Draylon Miller when he was being featured at Colorado. He brought a friend up for with his family, and he and his friend used to play ball, but the dude said he lost interest. Seeing this firsthand would make you lose interest. When we watch the games, I want you to think about the people you do see, right? Whether when Bucky film, and that's a good one to watch. How many black teenage boys, young men, do you see in the stands? You don't see them as spectators. You don't see that. Matter of fact, I don't really see no young people because they moving on. And it's not that football is just violent, because yes, it is. That was the first thing that was turning people off, the CTE. Because remember the young man told that to Shiloh in Vegas? He said, yeah, my mom and them my parents didn't want me to play it because, the violence. But, you grew up in the sport. So if you didn't grow up in the sport, chances are you might not play. But even with my son, Little League for him was soccer. And everybody knows that's where it's headed. I shared on my IG stories that Nike signed an 11-year-old soccer phenom. He's black. I don't know where he's from, but he's black. Yep, because that's where it's headed. That's why the NFL is getting. All NFL teams have decided to commit $1 million to men's flag football and women's flag football teams, because people are starting to lose interest. And it's not that they lose an interest because of CTE, because the game can be exciting. But look at what Kevin Stefanski's doing. Suppressing the deep ball, suppressing the quarterback. And he's been doing that since 2020. So when you show the highlights and you don't have no deep balls on there, who wants to watch highlights of the checkdowns? So you killing the game. And who did I say in a members only chat? I said, I was going to tell y'all who was killing the game. And I did. I said, who is killing the NFL? Who is killing professional football? That we know it from this league. You know who it is. The Kevin Stefanskis. The people who don't want to see black quarterbacks thrive in this league. Just like in 1910, people didn't want to see Jack Johnson get the opportunity to be the world boxing champion or compete against a white person. It's the same thing. I'm dumbing down the game. So Shador, let me dumb you down. So when we get the Manning kid, we'll think you're a hero. Let me dumb you down. So when we put Dylan back out here, people won't notice. Let me dumb you down. So when you play against another quarterback that can't do what you do, and he's not black, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shaw, you won't notice it. But they giving Tyler Shaw all the opportunity and assistance. It was like, finally, he broke a 300-yard game. Shedeur Ben did that. But Tyler Shaw is on Rookie of the Year watch, but not Shedeur. How long before people get tired of these? What's the title of Dave's show? The Unstoppable. It's on Netflix. It's called The Unstoppable. My 7-year-old grandbaby asked me today why they don't like us. It broke my heart. Yep, you gotta have them conversations. Gotta have them conversations. Tell them, Jack Johnson. Because we have the audacity to think we can succeed at anything without their help. Absolutely, that's what it is. Yeah, young kids will, by the age of 7, you know what it is. By the age of 7, you know who your parents are. You know if they frauds or not. You know if they good people or not. You know these things by 7. You see how people are being treated differently in the 1st grade, the 2nd grade, the 3rd grade. You see, you know, how they keep calling on the white kid, how they keep ignoring the black kid. You see that at the age of 7. So when these kids watch these games or go to these games with their families, like I was born into it, and I can see people, they want to bring their kids up in it. I don't really see no kids around like that though. Not like when I was a kid. We was all the kids on the trip to Atlanta was playing together. I don't see that. I just see the adults. Because it's changing. The youth aren't buying into it. Who wants to be bothered with that? When I could be on Twitch and with the DJ spinning the tunes or whatever you want to call it, and we all on here talking to each other and doing our own thing. Why I want to be bothered with this foolishness over here? Like I said a couple of months back, give it 5 to 7 years, and people gonna be like to a black person, you still in the NFL? We already on the cusp of that right now because they decided to expose themselves with Shedeur in the draft. And understand this, they still next year don't want 17 black quarterbacks. And the year after that, I don't want 17. And the year after that, I don't want 17. So the shenanigans you see now gonna only get worse. If you don't believe me, let's see what happens in this game to stop the unstoppable Shedeur Sanders from these last 2 games so he don't get traded as a franchise or QB1 somewhere. And when you think about all the other sports, you can go to a basketball game and just watch basketball. You can go to a volleyball. They have professional volleyball in Atlanta. You can go to that. They just playing volleyball. They just out here playing volleyball. Soccer, they just out here playing soccer. Football, it's traumatic. It's like, oh Lord, okay, what I got to get my mind ready for. That's really what it's like. It's like you can't just sit down and look at the game and everybody get together and have fun because you know it's rigged. And they don't care if you know. I think that's what makes it worse. They don't care if you know. So people just not going to give their time to it. It said, looks like Florida State's QB is entering the draft. This just got interesting. Yeah, okay. They ain't talked about him since week 2. You talking about Castellanos? Some people gonna take what they can get. Understand that. That's just how it's gonna always be. That stand-up blew my mind. Watching it again. Yep, Val. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it's the unstoppable. It's called the unstoppable. And you gonna think about Shador. It said Quinshon had surgery and posted an update with a photo of him and his mom. Yes. Quinshon. Yes, that's facts. We knew who you was talking about, boo. It's okay. It said you have to think they are young and impressionable. They are being coached by white men who make them conform to the system. They slowly adopt that same mentality. Right. No, we get that. I think everybody on the outside gets that. It was said years ago that the difference between the NBA and the NFL is they stick together over there. Matter of fact, Damari Smith said it to Roland Martin. It's because they stick together. No, Roland Martin might have said that. He might have said what I just said. Everybody knows that. People have always said, why is it the NFL, they can't stick together? Do you see the tactics? mean, I feel like we're getting the front row answer to look at what happened when they stood up for Shedeur. Look at how they still being retaliated against if they still around. But look at how they being rewarded. Even Mark Andrews. So let's see how they're going to reward Brendan Bates for doing exactly what Mark Andrews did. Why is it always a white tight end? It said Dave Chappelle. I mean, yeah, he might be. He might be. It seems like he know a lot of people. He know a lot of people. It's okay, Julian. He know a lot of people. He know a lot of people. Psychological conditioning and mind manipulation. Yeah, it's definitely psychological conditioning. When he was, DeMar Smith was talking about in the book, he talked about how the NFL's goal is to exert aggressive control over the players. And if you were here, he was talking about the little snippet to Roland Martin. He was talking about how these guys are convinced to believe this is their everything, to not even look at it like a job. It's a damn job. Look at how they reacted when Travis Hunter got baptized on his free time. And see, this is the thing, right? The younger generation coming out, the younger generation, see, this is just one of the first NIL classes that had real money. Shedeur, Travis, they already had money. It's going to be another class coming behind them, right? I don't know if they're going to put up with that. Then again, they might. I don't know. They thought they was going to get Travis to submit. They didn't. And you see, he got injured. I bet his salary was paid to the tune of $31 million that they had to pay him up front. I'm just saying. It's standing out like a sore thumb because no other sport is like this on the surface. It might be crazy behind the scenes because I think the NFL has always been like this behind the scenes. But to let it all hang out, to want people to see that this is how we operate, you want people to know that this is how you are. You putting it all out, just like Kevin Stefanski, letting everybody see it. So are they. That's the if you a player, you know what? Remember the player who was in Arizona and how the coach was berating him on the sideline? Somebody that was commentating on that said, that man got kids. What you doing? These are grown men that have children who look up to them and you berating them? Shador got to go out here every week and do mental gymnastics to answer questions. And people constantly praise him for getting past that. But it's going to always be that way. So how long you want to put up with it? Because look at Lamar Jackson. Why would it be any different from you? Is it any different from Russell Wilson? No, they hurry up and got him out the way. Whether it was Pittsburgh, and he actually was forced to interview with Cleveland, and they was like, no, thank you. And they needed a goddamn quarterback. Because they knew they wanted to get Dylan. I will watch the Dave special. Yes. Let me know how you like it, Crowley. Let me know how you like it. It's really good. NFL used his expertise. Yep, that's all it was. And you know what? They wanted to, I mean, yeah, of course he's smart, but where's the NFL Players Association at now? He even talked about how when it came to CTE, they had a radiologist over the whole department, so to speak. He said not a neurologist, just one of their friends. They didn't care about it. They still don't care about it. They still don't care about it. Right? So, like he said, they had to work so these guys can understand. See, he was an outside perspective. He didn't come up in the NFL ranks. That's why I know they wanted him for his access to the president. Look what happened when the president spoke up in the draft. Look what happened when the president spoke up not too long ago. I don't know why it ends it there. I just think that's weird. But the point is, you saw some change. This is why they pay money so they don't have nobody from the outside telling them what to do. And so when they get themselves in trouble, they have somebody to run to. But Kevin Stefanski don't seem to care, do it. So I find that whole scenario interesting in itself, right? How you had to draft him because of this and how, you had to play him. But it's okay for Kevin Stefanski to, in front of everybody, try to humiliate him and get him hurt and sabotage the game so they can lose. They're not even hiding it. You would think that when January roll around, they're gonna put up a sign that says we're closed for business. And they letting it get raggedy and all hang out. That's what you would think the next move is. Oh, we're gonna close this department down, the tackle department, and we already got the flag football teams going, so we're gonna shift to that. So we don't need y'all no more. And it could happen. It could very well happen. It said, better to be a diamond with flaws than a pebble. Yeah. Why was Ramont in trouble? What happened? What happened to Ramont being in trouble? Welcome back, Ramont. What on earth happened to Ramont? Did I miss something? All right, just in case y'all don't know, we're now in our almost 3 hours. Yeah, we in 3 hours. 3 hours. So I'm probably gonna be on here for another hour or so. 3 hours, because I will be live at 10:35 anyway. We're already in our third hour of the marathon. That has gone by fast. The third hour of the streamathon. For y'all that's just not joining us, I'm going to put up a banner that says suggest a topic, and I'll be right back. I gotta take a break. I'm supposed to be moving around every 90 minutes, but okay, chat, I need y'all to hold the chat down. Talk amongst yourselves.
On the beach.
All right, y'all. So I am back. All right, we get ready to shift because I want to share this. Okay, y'all see this? Okay. I don't know why Snow was looking at Santa like this, but he definitely don't know him. I was like, that is hilarious. So I'm checking in with y'all to see if y'all saw this photo of Snow, because it was too cute. I'm like, that little kid, I'm like, he is gonna be on somebody's he's gonna be on somebody's platform or whatever, because this photo, look at his face. Have y'all seen this one? That's crazy. Snow Sanders, Broadnax. That's his last name. Okay. It's the look on his face. That is too cute. Snow look like. Now, who is this now? He clearly didn't know the person. He obviously didn't know the person. That was hilarious. That was totally hilarious. Snow like, not there. Snow like that at him, right? Like, that is so funny. What happened to Ramon? I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is happening here. I don't know what's going on. That is crazy. Ramon said, was it something I said? I don't know, because I had no idea. That's crazy. That is hilarious. All right, yeah. So this is Snow. He was cute. I had another picture of him. He was absolutely adorable. So yeah. So this is second Christmas, right? Because he's over the age of 1, so he'll be 2 next year. All right. So yeah. So he's a little bit older and can appreciate just a little bit more, partake in Christmas a little bit more. Yeah. It says Snow was definitely giving Santa the side eye. I know that's right. Hey Blade, how you doing? Yeah, Snowy he's absolutely cute. Destined for greatness. That's the way to say it. He's destined for greatness for sure. Because the look on his face is like, oh, I mean, it's too cute. It's like one that you want to capture. It's the way he's looking. And kids, they say kids can identify like faces faster than we can as adults, because they for almost 2 years they just watching intently. So they learn shapes and what's supposed to be and what's not supposed to be, and differences, colors, and all of that. So he looking like, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. So I just thought that one was cute. So I was like, who this, yo? Yeah. That is so cute. That is so funny. Blind Beauty said she had a picture like that of the Easter Bunny. I know that's right. Yeah, the Easter Bunny. You don't see that too often. So you like, yeah, okay. He's thinking, Harpo, who this man? That's how he look. That's how he look. Harpo, who this man? That is so funny. But he's a cutie pie. He had some pictures, some other pictures, like I guess he was with his dad. So he had some pictures that I thought was cute. I liked them on IG with his dad or whatever, because they did like a photo shoot. That's what it was. And I think in one of his dad's new songs, he has Snow featured in the song. So he been spending a lot of time with his dad, probably because of holidays and stuff like that. I would imagine. I don't know. So, but yeah, that's how he looked. Let's see if I have that one. I don't know if I still have another one. I had a couple of photos of him. He's cute though. But he got his own social media. Okay, if you're just not joining us, we are on the end for the most part of a streamathon. We started at 7:30 and we made it to 10:30. So I'm probably gonna go for another hour and then we're gonna get out of here, because I normally would be live at 10:35 anyway. And then we'll just get out of here. But I wanted to, do this one because, I felt like it's the holidays, the season of gifting. So I'm gifting time a community, because I'm really big on community, and I've been thinking about the initiatives that I want to take on for 2026. And community is really big at the center point of what I want to do with What She Said Sports in 2026. So what better way to close out 2020 for the holiday season, the season of gifting and giving and sharing, than sharing the gift of my time. So I hope y'all enjoyed. 200 of us hit the like button in here. All right, I want to get back to this topic because we talked about this. Now, it oftentimes it takes change for people to see that you could be effective at change for something to happen, right? So we talk about, in the NFL, people, how the players don't generally come together, why there's no class action lawsuit from the players. There was on the CTE side of things, but I think those were former players, right? And then, of course, we have head coaches, Brian Flores, their lawsuit, getting together and filing a class action lawsuit against the NFL. But nothing from the players, right? Nothing from the players, the people who have been ostracized the most. And of that group, the quarterbacks. So, I detail how the quarterbacks already had a case, but they haven't gotten to that point. And one of the people I think could help provoke that change is seeing Michael Jordan, who used to be a player, right? Who's now on the ownership side of things in NASCAR in terms of owning a club, owning a racing team. That's what they're called, racing teams. And, NASCAR is gaining in popularity, especially where Black people's concerned. But, Michael Jordan was a player, but then, he owned, was it the Charlotte team? I don't know if he still does, or something like the Washington Wizards. He's been a player, then an owner, and now a different sport. So he's taken that, and he took with some others. They got together, sued NASCAR, and won. And I think it takes this type of, seeing this type of example that you can win. And I don't know if the reason why these quarterbacks, these Black quarterbacks, or these Black players, but the quarterbacks, if they don't get together and sue because they think it can't be done, they think it's too big of a task, or is it what DeMaurice Smith said? They don't look at it like a job. They look at it like a family. T. Higgins, he was talking about, is not a quarterback, but that's how the players. Is it because they're young? This is their first job. They don't know how to navigate these things. Again, Michael Jordan isn't suing the NBA, the league he played in. This is an external venture to the sport that he became famous and wealthy from. This is another activity. And he's like, oh no, this isn't right. So they get some people together, they sue, and they win, right? And you're like, why doesn't this happen in the NFL? I don't know, because at some point you do come in as a young player. This isn't your first job. But I want you to think about Cleveland for a minute, right? I don't know if Brendan Bates is a rookie or not. What I do know, from what I can see in Cleveland, is that there are hungry dogs that are rookies. Rashawn Jenkins, Dylan Sampson, Shedeur Sanders. And they got together, right? And they formulated, these are the people that kind of want to ball out. So the people that want to ball out get together. And then, I think you got some vets who are in their feelings, right? I don't think there's any rookies on the O-line. If so, we don't know who it is, right? Maybe the Zach guy is a rookie, or the other guy at the end of the right tackle depth chart, Brendan or whoever, he might be a rookie. I don't know. But it seems like the old guard versus the new guard, Black versus white, right? When you look at the people, you had Brendan Bates dropping footballs, but then you had Jerry Jeudy dropping footballs, and you got the guy Whiteheart crushing Shadeur's hand, and you have 72 and 68 working so Shedeur could get sacked, so the drive could end, so the Browns could lose. You got the punter 13 taking the ball, throwing it nowhere, so they don't get 3 points. That's a whole lot of organization happening here for a team to lose. And when I'm looking at the hungry dogs, even Corley, I don't know if you're a hungry dog or not, but even Corley, Mike Tomlin named Corley, and that got to make him feel good that he's the second string. But the head coach of the Steelers sees you. And the head coach of the Steelers says that they got different people playing now. And you can see Shedeur gravitating towards them and they winning together. So Shedeur, he said, is in good company. So Shedeur being in good company with the hungry dogs. And then you the vets trying to tear that apart. They're not going to ever win. And then when it starts with the head coach trying to sabotage the quarterback and hold him back, and it spreads in the locker room like a virus, and instead of bringing the team together and everybody having the spirit of the hungry dogs, you suppress the defense. You divide the offense because the offense is divided. You ostracize those that gravitate towards Shedeur because what did Myles Garrett say? He makes all of us better. That's not the person you want to hold back. That's not the person you want to hold back. And honestly, are they really doing harm to Shedeur when they throw the ball away instead of not getting 3 points, or they choose to lose, or they harming him physically when they have him sacked? They harming him physically when they step on their hands. But when Stefanski brings the game to lose and then tries to turn Shedeur into a check down king, same thing he tried to do with Deshaun Watson. Are you really, aside from the physicality part, are you really hurting Shedeur when you choose to go in there and lose? No. You're telling him how the game is played. You're telling him what he really needs to be focused on. He need to be focused on staying safe and not winning. You know who's losing? The NFL. Because people are losing interest. People are realizing it's rigged. It's not just a myth. You don't see already a lot of people gravitating toward the sport. A lot of their fans already died off. So they're trying to capture the younger audience, but the seats are being left empty at the stadium. Shedeur is not the one losing here. The brand is losing. The Browns brand is trash. I don't even know how they got sponsors. I wouldn't want to be associated with that. But the league itself is losing because now people talking about Lamar. And wait till we get to the Super Bowl conversation. And they're going to try to have this grand hoopla out of Super Bowl, and people just not going to care like they used to care. And how long before we see seats empty at the Super Bowl? Because we know that's where the rich come to play, right? But they in the suites. Somebody else is in the suites. How long before you see it's not well attended in another city outside of Cleveland? And it's not because it's a small market. Maybe it's a bigger market. How long before you're left with fanatics and not actual fans? How long before the locker room is filled with nothing but jealousy and you can't even come together because y'all fighting each other? How long? Because that's where they're at. This is what they have created. And understand this, they can fire me and they're going to go get another Stefanski. That's why, yes, Shedeur should be traded. But for somebody to suggest for Shedeur to ask for a trade rather than suggest that the Browns trade Shedeur, it tells you that there's a plan here. Name one black quarterback that asked for a trade and tell me how it worked out. And it worked out well. So when people say that, and they've been around this sport and they know how Shedeur's been treated, how other black quarterbacks through Cleveland has been treated, how other black quarterbacks, shit, Deshaun right there is a constant reminder not to ask for no trade. That's part of the reminder right there. When people say that, but they don't hold Stefanski accountable, they don't call for Stefanski to be fired, they want Shedeur to be traded because he's good. Nobody ever talked about Shedeur being traded until now. Why now? Why after he go toe-to-toe with the MVP? Do you finally use the word trade? You could have traded him at the trade deadline, and he could have been out of your hair if you think he's such an inconvenience. But after he go toe-to-toe with the MVP, oh, he got to go. You see what I'm saying? That's insane to me. That's insane to me. that don't make no sense to me. We've talked about that on this platform. I've said, why they don't never talk about Shedeur? Why they don't never talk about Shedeur being traded? Why they don't never talk about that? Oh, for those of y'all just not joining, I found another clip and I still can't use it. Never mind. I was talking about Mike Tomlin. I don't know why when Mike Tomlin talking, they cover up his goddamn face, because I was trying to watch him talk like they put Stefanski out there. They asked Shedeur about whether or not he feels a commitment from the Browns going into next season. Why would you ask him that? Why ask him a question that he can't answer? Let's just be honest. Why ask a question that he cannot answer? Now listen, I want to share this. Remember they said Shedeur could not read defenses? See, this is why they want to trade Shedeur, because he's everything he proved himself to be before the draft, and they tried to tear him down. And now that he done gone toe-to-toe with the MVP, they want him gone. But let's see if any of these guys in the next few classes who realizes this is a job and nobody should have to navigate racism in a job, let's see if they get together finally and follow Michael Jordan's lead and take the lead to court, because they will win. They will win. And I'm pretty sure the NFL knows that, but they don't believe they're going to ever do it. So let me share this with y'all about Shedeur's interview. Damn, is this another one where they keep talking? Yeah, they keep. So here's what they're doing. So we're supposed to be talking about Shedeur's interview, but they keep putting clips of the game in there. And I didn't want to see all of that. Anyway, I didn't want to see all that. Never mind. I'll find another one. I have saved quite a bit of them. Shedeur was talking about the Bills have done an excellent job disguising coverages, and their increased use of split field looks has been a big part of that. On this play, Shedeur thought he was getting a Tampa 2, but Buffalo actually rolled into a cover 6 variation, a great disguise, with Bernard selling Tampa 2 beautifully. So they just talking about some different plays. And I understand that these guys like the game and they're passionate about the game and they're good at it. And I don't have a problem with that at all, right? Because that's what they've been working for their whole life. The issue is when they find out the reality of what the league itself is, right? When they find the reality of what it is, what do? Do you get together like Michael Jordan? You take cues from Michael Jordan, the GOAT, and y'all come together, class action, and sue the league so it can benefit everyone. See, a class action lawsuit is not just about you. It's about the players on the ground and the players coming behind you to make the league better. That's just what that is. You know, I look at Shedeur sometime in his interviews. Times I think he's okay and we can tell, but then there's times that I feel like he's not, right? Because he's probably been out there practicing wildcats and stuff like that, right? Because they still got to practice, right? So this is, I'll share this one. This is the one where they were asking Shedeur, where I felt like he was in a good space. But I saw another interview today where I didn't feel like he was in such a good space. But I'm going to share this one. Because sometimes you could just tell in his demeanor, right? You could just tell when he comes to the podium, you know, whether his spirits are high or it just seemed like he just got to just get through it. You know, I just feel like I saw that today. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know him personally, right? But I am a good judge of character. So, all right. This is one where he was good. This was after the game, right? Because he played well, right? He had no reason to hang his head down. And this is the only time they talked about trading Shedeur is what? When he goes out here and go toe-to-toe with Josh Allen. Now they want to move off of him. That don't even make sense. It just proves that they never wanted him. That's what it proves. And that opens up a lot of questions. So let's listen to this. They're asking about, was it the right decision to go for it on 4th and 2? And he not the coach, but they asking him. But I don't even know if they asked Stefanski this.
I know you can't be asking me that question, man. Come on, man. We can't see that's like the thing. Like, if we want to change, the narrative, change the franchise, if we want to like help, we got to speak life. You can't. Those type of things is like separate us. Like a lot of the players like get these type of questions, and then we want to be working with y'all. We want to be proactive, but like when you ask questions or when questions are asked to us players, and it's like you pinning stuff against each other, it's like, come on now, you know, it's like a thing in the locker room. Like, you know, we're not gonna be able to talk to them for real. We're not gonna be able to give them what they need, like, because that separates the team. That don't help anything. It don't help anything in any situation, no matter how you answer it.
So understand this. He's talking about how the media asks questions to divide the team, how the team themselves in the locker room, not everybody else, but the locker room, the players have talked about how we can't even really give them what they want because, you know, they trying to put us in a tough spot. How the media themselves are trying to divide the team. Then we got Stefanski trying to divide the team. You see all of this divisiveness, right? All of this divisiveness. And I think what disturbs me the most is how you have people who they try to go in on Shedeur. You know, he had 2 interceptions, but we got all these other players out here with interceptions. We don't talk about them. So they try to use imperfect moments, which is going to happen. Imperfect moments to say he's not the guy. But it's moments like this that prove he is the guy. He's exactly what Cleveland needs. Because you heard him say, you know, we're trying to change the franchise. They're trying to change the culture. But the problem is, see, he's young. Y'all could change all the culture you want. But the culture starts at the top with the owner, who's the reason the culture is toxic. Kevin Stefanski is the reason the locker room is divided. And half of them don't even know. So again, this is you're coming into your first job. You think you can exert some influence and control, and they doing everything to let you know that we don't want that. They don't want the players to be unified, whether they black or white. But they definitely don't want the black players to be unified, right? So like Demarius Smith was saying, when these guys, it's their first job, sometimes they have to be shaken through situations to realize what's really going on. And we know Shador has been shook. We already know that. But this kid is a fighter. He's even trying to get the media to work in a way where we can work with you. That is a leader. This is already somebody who should be a future NFL Player Association advocate for his team. But they probably would never pick him because he wants to do the right thing. So at what point does he learn he's somewhere that's wrong and do it in peace? Or can this kid really make a difference? Not just on the field, off. But I suspect that they're going to fight him off the field just as tough as they are fighting him on the field. Because from where I sit, they don't want to do no better. They want to do wrong in peace. And I don't think he made it to that point just yet. Not if he's talking about, you know, change and, you know, trying to get the media on one accord. I'm not saying he ain't going to be successful. I'm saying he got one hell of an uphill battle with people who are content to keep doing wrong, who prefer to do wrong, who would rather what he said come from a Carson Schlesinger than from him. But we gonna see, right? Because God still got him there for a reason. So shout out to Shedeur for even trying. Shout out to Shedeur for even trying. I will say that. I mean, you got to respect him for that, right? And that's why fans love him. It said Isaiah put Ramon in timeout. What happened? What'd he do? It's that Coach Prime is very proud of him. Yeah, I'm sure. He's like, come on, dog. Right. Like, come on, dog. Like, come on now. I wish you could cover all the black quarterbacks. Yeah, it ain't enough time on earth for that. I follow the black quarterbacks. Remember, I got my little chart where I keep up with where they are. I did an update. Time to do another update when we get to the last game, I guess. Before they get to the postseason, when they get to the postseason, I'll do an update to see how many they are. Because remember, I did an update and it was like, was it down to 12? Was it down to 12, y'all? Let's see. I think I still have it. Let's see if I still have it. I think it was down to 12. Let's see if I still have it. I mean, honestly, I wish I could cover all 16 too, and I probably could, but Shedor's situation is in dire straits, whether people know it or not. It is not one to look away from because it's only getting worse. And once, like, if they weren't targeting him, if they weren't trying to end his career, end him, or had this agenda that he can't be franchised because he's unstoppable and we don't want that, I could do it. Because I wouldn't need so much time on Shedeur. But you can't do it because what's going on with Shedeur is alarming. That's the best way to say it. It's alarming. It's not anything to be taken lightly at all. Because bullying him all spring and summer is one thing. But understand this. They trying to hurt his physical person. And I feel like I know what comes after that. Right? I feel like I know that what comes after that, it just in the broader space and having something he did, is they ain't finna stop. Because I understand racism. I understand Jim Crow. And that's the issue. He doesn't. He doesn't. And I can tell he doesn't. He might understand racism, but he don't understand Jim Crow. That's a whole different animal right there. That's what people don't understand. So I probably could. All right. I think I got the chart that I put together last time. Okay. So the most I'm able to do until this situation changes is just keep up with the guys who made history. The starters. That's the most I can do. But I still can't go into too detail. But understand, I watched their games. I watched the highlights. I already sat down and watched Bryce Young versus Baker Mayfield. I'm already looking. And I keep tabs on everybody. But going in depth, doing a deep dive, I can only do that with Shedeur. It said Caleb Williams was 7-3 at the time, and he was first, and I think he still is. Cam Ward was 1-9, and he was last. Bryce Young was 6-5, and I think he's in the playoff hunt. He was second at the time. CJ Stroud is in the hunt. They're 5-5, and they might still be third or second, probably second if they're in the hunt. Dak Prescott 4-5. They're second. Is Dallas involved in anything, or did they get eliminated? Any Dallas fans in the house? Let me know. Jada Daniels 3-8. They're not going nowhere. They not going nowhere. Jordan Love 6-3. I think they might still be in it because they second. Lamar Jackson 5-5. Probably still second. Michael Penix Jr. 3-7. They not going nowhere. Even though they got better, I think they not going nowhere. And Geno Smith. They were trying to bench him, but he still got his job, I think. Then Jalen Hurts was 8-2 in first place. They probably still in first place. Spencer Rattler got benched. So anybody that's red, Russell Wilson was already benched. Spencer Rattler was benched. What about the Jets? Justin Fields was benched and Tyrod Taylor was injured, so they put in the third guy. So I don't know what's going on with that. They just played the Saints, and I feel like the Saints won, but I knew the Saints was going to win that game. So this is how I keep up with them. Just in case y'all new to the channel, I do keep up with the black starting quarterbacks intentionally. And there were 16 when the draft closed. It was supposed to be 17 with Shedeur, but there was a lot of manipulation there, weaponizing the rounds in the draft to hold back Shedeur and to devalue Jalen Milroe, and they got their way. So you see Shedeur made it all the way to QB1, and we all know y'all know what's going on with that. So we got 2 games left to see where everybody is. Mahomes was 5-5, and don't forget he got injured. So Mahomes got injured. I think Lamar got injured. So if we had 16 people with 2 benched, that's 14. And then we had another one benched in Justin Fields. That's 13. I feel like we down to 12, but we just gonna go with, oh, right. Geno Smith got to keep his job. So that's what it was. So I think it's 13, guys. They managed to move 3 out the way. Russell Wilson, Spencer Rattler, and that's 14. Oh, and Justin Fields. So 13. So they started with 16 for the season and ended with 13. Who coming out in the draft as only one in the first round? I think that's Dante Moore. So 13, 14. I'm still missing 2. Then Shedeur is a starter right now. So technically, 13, 14, 15, back to 15 with Shedeur as QB1. See, they don't want that because I got to go to the draft, but I'm only going to get 1 out. And I'm going to try to get rid of somebody. So I know who they're going to get rid of. Over here in the yellow, they're going to get rid of Geno Smith. Watch what I tell you. They can't do nothing with Cam Ward because he just got there. Anybody else they can move out the way? Now they talking about how Jordan Love's backup should be a starter. I don't know if they're going to make him no starter. So understand, with Shador still at QB1, I think they back to, if they draft a black quarterback in the first round, Shador still QB1, that's 15. So they still 2 away. And through injury, it could happen because Malik Willis, they all talking about him. Then another quarterback could get drafted 2nd or 3rd round and get somewhere, go from 2 to 1. So the hunt is still on. They still gonna try it. Don't know if y'all know, but Pat Mahomes, his backup is he's the first NFL quarterback with an African parent. So he's Nigerian. All right, so this is the first time they actually have a Nigerian at quarterback or an African at quarterback, because they normally get the bodies. That's what they typically do. The same thing with NFL Africa, the same thing with HBCUs. They come away with the bodies. They don't bring the quarterbacks. So he was Pat Mahomes' backup. Pat Mahomes went down. They showed a clip of him. Go watch it if you haven't. I was like, they actually said that out loud, or did a podcaster say it? I think it was Afro Ballers said it. I'm like, because the NFL didn't even celebrate these 16 right here. You see, this had to be left to podcasters. So Afro Ballers is who told who it was. And they were like, Darian Mensah is next. I'm like, yeah, but he's staying in school. So for the first time that we know of, a quarterback that's not African-American is with, what they say, African with one African parent. That's apparently new. So just know about that, right? I still think there should be more black kickers. I don't know why that's not happening. It's considering soccer is one of the primary sports in Africa, and NFL Africa exists. So it's those types of things that I keep tabs on. I keep up with those types of things. So shout out to you for saying that. I appreciate that. I can only keep up with so much, but maybe once this thing settle off a little bit, I can keep up with the 16. Thank Isaiah. How you doing? I gotta take a break. At time. It takes one strong leader to pull them together to fight for what's right. And that could be Shedeur, Tina. It could be. That's why I say I'm not gonna say he's not gonna be successful, but he got an uphill battle because they fight him on and off the field. But I ain't saying it can't happen. But that comes with your first job, and is the reason why everybody else over there jaded. So we're gonna have to see. But that's true. The key word is strong and leader. I think there's a lot of factors. It's saying getting the money, getting their mama out of the hood. See, everybody not from the hood though. That has changed, right? That has changed. We talked about that with Colorado. That, Coach Prime, he talks about what was his why. And I was like, yeah, but your why and they why is different. These kids coming from 2-story homes with two or three cars. They had cars in high school. So it's different, right? And it's different for the NFL because they're not used to the Shedeurs, right? They're not used. I don't know why they're not used to Cam Ward, but they're not used to him. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but those two are an anomaly, right? Cam will ask for what he wants. He will ask for what he wants, and Shedeur will not be stopped. So between the two of them, They keep the league like in a tizzy. But there will be more players coming out like them. And that's what I think Mel Kiper Jr. said. The NFL better get over itself. Because these kids can read. Remember, that was a time they had players that couldn't even read. Black players that couldn't even read. We so far from that. All these kids got degrees for the most part, and in their spare time are getting their masters or coming out of school with their masters. Shiloh got his master's. Jalen Milroe got his master's. Jalen Hurts got his master's. Another player just got his master's. He was an 18-month MBA program, a master's program at Howard while being in the NFL. You see what I'm saying? So, it's changing, but the league isn't changing. And when we talked about DeMaurice Smith and how he said things changed when he took over after Gene Upshaw, he also said what? I caught that. He said it's starting to slip back. It's starting to slip back that this is not a job. This is everything to you. And look at how they acted when Travis got baptized. You thought they was going to lose their damn mind. That's what he means by it's slipping back, because the players have started to realize, okay, this is a job. I have to take care of myself. See, the NFL know that people between the ages of 22 and 25 don't have fully formed frontal lobes. They know that. They know that rookies don't know how to answer questions from the media. They know that. They know that for them, this is their first job. They don't know how to truly conduct themselves. I mean, they had the entire second round, with the exception of two people, to hold out. And they all did. Nobody had the forethought to get together and hire one law firm to get them guarantees. They didn't do it. And I don't know if they were scared to do it because they didn't want to get bypassed by the NFL. But understand this, when you go on a contract holdout, you better be ready to not get that contract, because if you did it for show, you gave up your leverage. So I don't know why. I'm like, why the hell y'all don't just all get together and hire one firm and you would get them guarantees? But they was divided and they ain't get them. Some people got them, some didn't. Some people got $500,000 for a signing bonus. Travis Hunter got $31 million because he asked for it. These kids, they changing. So hopefully it's the league is not changing with it, right? The league is not changing with it. It said that's why they don't like Shedeur. It said like that because he's not hungry, right? He just wants to play ball. They can't manipulate him. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, Julian. Yeah, racism is expensive. It really is. It says Stefanski's on the same slick stuff. Facts. I posted, somebody mocked up a picture with Stefanski with a book, like he was reading Football for Dummies. I'm like, he ain't dumb. He just think he's slick. And he think he can get away with this because somebody led him to believe he can get away with it. And watch those people that led him to believe, that put him up to this, they gonna turn on him. Just like the Enron scandal. The people at the top intentionally hired people in the middle to take the fall if and when they get caught. They plan. So when we get caught, let's hire so-and-so and we'll blame them. Can you guess who so-and-so is in Cleveland? It ain't Andrew Berry. It's Stefanski. With Andrew Berry coming out and now it's being said that he gonna be running the team and all the operations and this, that, and the other, let's just say that that's the reality. You know what that means, right? There's no sneaking out the back door. He makes Stefanski report to him separately. So only he and Stefanski know what they talking about. But I'm getting ready to turn over the reins to Andrew Berry, one who's black, and he gonna be your boss? I'm finna let Andrew Berry run everything, including you two, because I'm finna get the hell on. And Ron. Hasm is the people at the top. Stefanski is the people they hired to do the dirty work, in the middle, and I don't need you no more. Stefanski was hired in 2020 when the NFL apologized. They took in racism out the end zone already. Once I get the Manning kid, I don't need you because I'm going to have my white quarterback. Stefanski is the guy in the Enron scandal that went down for knowingly agreeing to commit fraud and corruption because people at the top hired him to do so. And he thought because they hired him, he was safe. Proximity to power makes people drunk. You're not on their level. You're not a billionaire. Somebody gonna take the fall, and it ain't gonna be them. One thing I have noticed in a very short period of time about these owners, they do everything to insulate themselves. You think they ain't insulating themselves from taking Shedeur off the board? Of course they are. I don't know who they're going to blame, but that ball already got fired. Is the GM next? Maybe once them two gone, they're going to leave Shedeur alone, which I doubt, and or just somehow shift and be like, well, yeah, you know, it's a shame. You know, we had to fire Daboll and the GM. They was just running the corporation into the ground because that's what they do. They done fired you. Ain't nothing you can do. I mean, you can sue them, but you're not because you're guilty. Your hands are dirty. You can't call the police and tell them somebody stole your drugs because it's illegal. So they got Stefanski. I'm telling you, Hasn't trying to sneak out the back door. I'm telling you. That's what he doing. He said, yep, the Browns not going to ever win because of them knuckleheads. It said, besides, it's they're trying to make the narrative that Shedeur is not the answer because they know Shedeur getting traded. They know Shedeur getting traded. That's what it is. Wade. They know Shedeur getting traded. So to say, I went through this on my job. Coworkers will always complain to the manager, but wouldn't challenge him. Everybody has a boss. So I sent letters to the executive office, abuse of power. Yeah, it is. It just is. Yeah, Shedeur's not thirsty. That's it right there. It said it worked and the manager was moved to another office. It said you're stronger in numbers. Right, in numbers. In numbers. And that's why I say 30 people individually fought for guarantees that they could have gotten collectively. What they going to do? Scrap 30 people from the NFL? You thought it made sense one by one? That's why everybody got something different. That's how they divide Stefanski from Andrew Berry. Because we meet with them individually. In any normal world, they are a team. And they report as a team. But he don't do that. Because I can control you with this narrative, Berry. And I can control you with this narrative, Stefanski. I even said it. I hope they're not playing the Andrew Berry face, making him think he gonna run everything. Because he could be the one they fire and bring in the Manning people and keep Stefanski until the kid come out of school. Because see, they played in Berry's face before with Shador. The Browns can't justify not drafting Shedeur because they were planning to draft Shedeur. You can't go out here and get a quarterback this year if you said it's because you took a big swing and missed with Deshaun. That's why they won't let Deshaun play. Because if he ball out, Haslam lied. So I can't get a quarterback because I still got Deshaun. I still took a big swing and missed with Deshaun. So how am I get a quarterback if I couldn't get one last year? That's why I keep saying to people talking about they pick. I'm like, they had the number 2 pick last year. And they traded Travis Hunter and Shedeur away. Fine, you don't want Shedeur. Why you trade Travis Hunter? Because you wanted Mason Graham and Carson Swessinger. You didn't want Travis who's black. You didn't want Shedeur who's black. Because you have an ideology about black people in the first round. The last time you did that was 2016. You know how long that's been? That's 10 years. It said the Browns seem like the team that the NFL has chosen to lose and bury melanated QBs. Yeah, that's what it gives. That's actually what it gives, St. Ivy. That's what people say. That's what it is. And not just quarterbacks too, because I think it was, what's his name? The one that was saying he was going broke. I forget his name. He played wide receiver. He got sent over there from New York. They refused to trade him anywhere but there because he said it, Odell Beckham Jr., that they sent him there for his career to die. That's what it is. Football is not the end game. It said we need to encourage and equip young black men to explore other avenues. I think that that's already happening. I think when DeMaurice Smith was saying that he saw change because of who? People like himself in the NFL Players Association. Who runs the NFL Players Association right now? It's in disarray. Why? Because they can't help. At a time, they desperately need help. Because they knew they was going to need help. So they got them bogged down in something else. So you don't even know who to go to. These players do not have any recourse. They don't have any recourse right now. And when they did, come to find out, the NFL Players Association person, the last one, was colluding with the owners. The players have no recourse. But court, U.S. court, that's it. He have different questions for black athletes and coaches, probably. It said who initiates investigations in abuse in the NFL. As far as I know, the Players Association, the players are supposed to go to the. You could Google it and see can fans initiate something. But again, it's in disarray right now, so I don't know what's gonna happen after January when after was it June, y'all, when it came out about the collusion. Yeah, you see, I don't know. I don't even know who it is. And they made sure they don't have nobody. So it's an NFL Players Association exists in name only apparently right now. That's why they had to make an example out of Kaepernick. Fact. Why? Dave Chappelle. Because he had the audacity to think he could give a damn about something that we didn't tell him to give a damn about. People that look like him, who he could be related to, and black people overall. I'm telling you, Dave Chappelle wearing that jacket, talking about Jack Johnson, was no coincidence. No coincidence. If you have not watched Dave Chappelle's The Unstoppable, go watch it. Shedeur Sanders is The Unstoppable. Go watch it. It's really good. In fact, watch it twice. Is Gene Upshaw of the NFL union still alive? I don't think so. I thought I heard him say, oh, it is. They say he passed the NFL union in 2025. Oh, he passed away. Isaiah said he passed away. And it's not a strong union right now. They know how to keep it busy so they can't be helpful. Smart young man, I would have said that a dumb question to go ask Stefanski, right? And that's what they want him to do. They want him to create some kind of, what they call it, they tried to say, what did they call it with Jerry Judy? Altercation. That was not an altercation. Shedeur Sanders was literally being harassed by Jerry Judy, but they wanted to make it seem like he's a distraction. Shedeur has told us so many times that they try to make it seem like he's a distraction. What did he say? What did the girl say when she at the Pittsburgh game? Oh, there you go. You know, I have to keep you out of trouble because he's a distraction. And this was all before he had a chance to play. See, all of that don't work no more. So I have to switch up how I'm going to destroy his character. Screw his character. Now I got to destroy his game. And that's where the check downs come in at. So they decided, in case you don't know, they decided not to activate Deshaun Watson to the 53-man roster. It's not a surprise because the Browns maintain they took a big swing and missed with him, which means he's not good. So if he was to go out here and ball out in the last 1 or 2 games, the team will be proven a lie. So they're sending him back to the PUP list. And I'm like, so is an insurance company going to pay his salary again for another $46 million? And that should let you know why he went to the Browns. Because they all knew. That's why people kept saying he's played his last snap in the NFL. They always knew it was going to be this way. And the Browns knew they would get reimbursed. That's some kind of insurance fraud happening over there. But that's for somebody else to look into. Gene Upshaw was the man who went toe to toe with the NFL. Oh, okay. Yeah, he speaks. DeMar Smith speaks highly. He is so smart. Love his interviews. The one today, I can tell something was bothering him. Yep, that's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about. I just didn't share it, right? Because but I said that, right? I said you could tell when something's on Shedor's mind. I said probably because they've been out there practicing them damn Wildcats, and he got to go out here and play a game that they trying to lose, right? So you that's what I was saying. Like you could tell when Shedeur is in a good way, and you could tell when something is bothering him, and you could tell today he was bothered by something. But I know I tagged him, and not that he saw it, and said 2 games left, you need to buckle up because the sabotage has escalated to physical harm. So, and you see what they did to Lamar to get him out the way. Yeah, picks are part of the game. I don't know why they bring it up. They don't want him to lead. Facts. Yeah, you got to go watch Dave Chappelle. Got to go watch Dave Chappelle. It said, Deion said that Shedeur was reading defenses when he was in junior high school because, like at Jackson State behind a good offense, he will pick a defense apart. Right. And when they tried to say that, people were like, there's already evidence. 12 million followers and counting are behind 12. Right. I totally agree with that. Dallas has been eliminated. Okay, Val, thank you. So Dallas is out the picture. Matter of fact, somebody was talking about where that could go. I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, so I'll be keeping up with all of that. QB movement. That's what I'm going to call it because that's the part I pay attention to. It's like R&B. They love our music, yet they hate our artists. They mimic our sound, have their players replace us. The same applies to the NFL, MLB. They trying to phase us out of the NBA with foreign players. That's true. Now that's very, very true. That all of that's true. It's almost like, well, hell, since I got to pay you guaranteed contracts, I'm going to get somebody from another country. That's basketball. But the NFL is no different. Did you just hear who I said is backing up Pat Mahomes? Did you also hear me say that Malik Willis, people keep pointing out, needs to be a QB1? So understand that's another way to divide. And that's the group they feel like they can exploit, like Jerry Jeudy. But they couldn't exploit Njoku, and he not playing. You see how that go? You see, that's what I mean, right? How long they gonna put up with this? I don't know, because Michael Jordan gave you the secret sauce. He gave you the secret sauce. Yes, Mahomes is out. Shedeur probably in a good place now because the season is almost over. He can spend time with his dad and figure out whether to get out of Cleveland. Yeah. It's amazing how the commentators changed against Shedeur when he and Josh made the same pass. Yep. Because see, the goal is, and the media works for who? The goal is to do what? Not let Shedeur end the season as a QB1 in talent. So I got to do everything I can to tear it down. The media push the narrative. Stefanski does his part, and the players he gets to help out do their part. So what they gonna do these last 2 games? Not that they done came out here and already told you Deshaun not gonna be that guy. They also saw what happened when Dylan got on the field. Fans start booing. All I got left is Bailey Zapp. Let's see if they activate him. If not, are they really gonna let Shedeur play his game for the last 2 games? Hell no, because Pittsburgh is knocking at the door of the divisional. So what they gonna do? Because they seem content to not create any competition with Deshaun. So we're gonna have to see. And I think I have the game. It says I have it, but I need to get it back up because I have learned. I watched the recording of the game and all 22 version of the game, and the offensive line is always out of position, not blocking at all, or being pushed completely out of their way. Right. And how is it that they continue to move forward with the same O-line? They blame it on incompetence. They blame it on injuries. They never make any adjustments. They don't switch people around. And they have other people they can play. And they had somebody else and they cut him. Because this is what they want. And people need to point that out. The sabotage is intentional for the Browns to lose. The games are rigged. when Shedeur Sanders is the quarterback, I didn't need to read the game when Dylan was in there because he ain't good. But Shedeur is, so I gotta read the game. Why? So we can lose. Why? Why do you need to lose? The same reason they went 0-16 with Deshaun Kaiser. You're not supposed to be our long term. So we can't let you get out here and ball out. That's exactly what it is. The question is, will they get to devalue Shedeur again and send him somewhere as a QB2? Let's see what these last 2 games tell us. It's going to answer the question. Okay, y'all, we get ready to wrap it up. I think I've been on here for 3 hours and 53 minutes. Yay! So this was the live stream, the streamathon. So I hope y'all enjoyed it. This was a gift of my time to the community. Community is really big on my initiatives for 2026. Ain't no telling, maybe we finally get to meet up in person next season. But I feel like this is my lane and God has created it for me. So I'm going to take full advantage of it. And community is at the top of my list of initiatives in 2026. So this was my gift, my Christmas gift to the What She Said sports community. Thank y'all for riding with me all year long. I think it's been a whole year. I think consistently though, because see, I was live streaming when we went to the Alamo Bowl, and I think we already passed the Alamo Bowl time. No, that was right before New Year's. So I think I've been live streaming for over a year. I think maybe last September. So y'all been riding with me, the people. And somebody said, I remember when you had like 5 followers. I'm like, right. And we get ready to hit, we at 6,500, right? So I'm still on the goal to 10,000, but we gonna see where we end New Year's Eve. Maybe I can get to 7,000 by New Year's Eve. But this was a gift of my time to y'all. I just wanted to embrace the community that embraced me. Somebody said, I remember when Wester and his family couldn't believe how Shedeur was falling in the draft. His first thought was maybe it was because he didn't have a story to tell. Right. Because what did they do to Travis as soon as he got to the league? Want to talk about his homelessness. What the hell is that about? It's like they have to portray the black players as less than. That's just what they just keep doing. And the crazy part about it is I'm out here abusing black quarterbacks. I'm trying to make black NFL players seem dumb, but I keep gravitating toward black people to come be photographers or black women in ads and partnerships with who they think is black owned products. I'm like, that ain't gonna work out, right? I'm like, you can't come call for us, come send for us and abuse Shedeur. That shit ain't gonna work. Shedeur is a cultural icon. People keep pointing it out in the comments. I don't know one black person that don't like Shedeur. So you keep coming for us. You want our dollars. You want to be out there for optics. Like Bucky is out there. I mean, he's good at what he does. But you best believe they capitalizing off the optics of having a Sanders or having a Sanders in a suite, a Sanders taking a photo. We don't hate Shedeur. That we don't hate Shedeur. That's not what happened in the draft. Understand that's what that is. That's exactly what that is. What happened when Coach Prime was in Vegas? Did he have a sweep from the Browns? But it looked like he got one now. And hopefully we see him in Carucci again. And they probably going to be sneaky with trying to get Shedeur out the game again. Let's pray they leave him alone. Let's pray the Cleveland Browns organization, the owner, the GM, the head coach, and the players feel the presence of guys so strong that they are afraid to attack Shedeur and sabotage him and humiliate him and try to destroy him, whether it's mentally or physically. In Jesus' name, amen. Because it can happen. It can happen. A lot of upper middle class black families. Yeah, not all the people are living the struggle life. Right. They got to stop that, right? They got to stop that. Instead, I remember Dexter Manley. Oh, that's one of the ones that couldn't read. Yeah, do you know how far we are past that? When that guy was in there, players weren't even graduated from college. Now, these guys got their masters. And they got some players that choose to retire early. One player went to MIT. One dude is a doctor. It's a lot of other things happening. And then with social media, they coming in with an audience. And that audience, like we, Colorado, we want to see them play in the NFL, and we will not sit here silently like your fans have been doing for decades while you abuse these black players. That's new. Look at how the Browns fans act. They said we're a cult. I'm like, no, you don't like accountability. And if you hate black QBs, go find your ass another sport. That's what you need to do. That's what I've been saying lately. Black QB haters, we calling you out. Go find another sport. Go watch any sport you think is right, since you don't want black people to succeed in life or on the field, because football ain't for you. And that's the only way things are going to change, is if we speak up and it's clear that this is new. This is why they keep pushing back. They've been dominating this space for the longest because we've been out here doing other things. They've been having their way. Well, that's over. Many people like myself who grew up with the sport moved away after Kaepernick. God clearly brought us back with Shedeur. So we gonna be here. And we not just here to be frustrated. We here to hold these players down, especially Shedeur. Because it's gross what they're doing to them. And I'm over here to call you out. Because if you come my way with it, I'm going to send it back to you. I don't have no problem with saying what's happening to Shedeur because he's a black quarterback. I don't have no problem with saying it's happening because he's 17 of 32 and the NFL seems allergic to having 17, 18, 19, or 20 black starting quarterbacks. I don't have no problem tell Dante Moore or no other black quarterback stay in school until they appreciate you. I don't have no problem with that. I don't have no problem tagging Shedeur, Coach Prime, Miss Pilar, and Bucky and say, hey, 2 games left. Buckle up. Because they ain't changed their mind. And they too comfortable knowing Shedeur gonna play the last 2 games, but they just had somebody to crush his hand. They ain't changed their mind yet. The agenda is still the agenda. They still don't want 17 black quarterbacks. And they might not want him to go to another team as a QB1. So how am I going to make sure that don't happen when he just went toe-to-toe with the MVP? The media going to do his part. The fans can go do his part. And the players standing against Shedeur going to do their part. Even after Andrew Berry said, what? Oh yeah, Shedeur's going to outproduce his draft stock. But they won't even give him the opportunity because the agenda is still the agenda. Shedeur will elevate the game. And people going to have to get to 300 yards per game. Tyler Shaw just got there. Shedeur already been there and he didn't even play that many games. He was damn near at 400. So they know people going to be talking about Shedeur just like they've been talking about Mahomes for the last few years. And they made him climb out of his division and then they took him out. Black is black. When 17 black quarterbacks is what's up next. All right, that's it for me. I'm gone. 200 of us hit the like button, please. I'll see y'all later. I hope y'all appreciated the live streamathon, the gift of my time, and commentary. I appreciate it. All right, good evening, everybody. Y'all go ahead. I'll see y'all next time. Hey, Mama Tia, I wanted to say thank you yesterday. You came in right at the end. I appreciate it. But we get out of here. We've been live the whole time. It said, what she said, good live sports show. Rest well. Thank you. And if you bring the mess this way, I will give it right back to you with shipping and handling. I know that's right. Understand that. We not playing about Shedeur. And I'm blocking anybody that got excuses. I'm sorry. What's happening to Shedeur is gross. Bridget say, I love it. Let's go 12. That's right. We still rolling with you, 12. That's facts. Mama Tia, thank you. I really appreciate you. You're going to have to watch the replay if you're just not able to get to us. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. It's Christmas Eve. I'm going to check in about 10:35 or maybe earlier just to see how everybody doing. And we'll just talk about the latest, what's going on, and everybody go celebrate. And maybe leave their cookies out for Santa. I'm a little past Santa. But, I love the holidays, too. So I'll be checking in on Christmas Eve. Thank you so much. Mama Tia, I really appreciate you. Rennie said, you are the best. You are special. God knew we needed you. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. It said, all I just missed. All the realness. That's okay. Watch the replay. Watch the replay. Shadorians for life. That's it. That's it. Shadorians for life. Happy holidays, Chad. Happy holidays. Thank you again, Mama Tia. Y'all, I'm going to say goodnight and get out of here and go get some rest. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for watching What She Said Sports. Love y'all. Big hug from Atlanta. Have a good night, everybody.